making good use of time. So with that, good afternoon. This is the Tuesday, April 6th, 2021 meeting of the Landmark Preservation Commission, and I'll call this meeting to order. Let's start with introductions of the commissioners. I'll go ahead and get started. My name is Kelly Wemple. I'm an architect and I'm nominated by the American Institute of Architects. Next, we have Brad.
Hi, my name is Brad Gassman. I'm an architect nominated by History Colorado.
Aaron. Oh, sorry, we don't have Aaron today. And has Graham joined us yet?
Yep, I snuck in late. Sorry about that.
Great, perfect.
Graham Johnson, a Historic Preservation Project Manager, nominated by the Denver Planning Board.
Thank you. Julie.
Hi, I'm Julie Johnson. I'm a Historic Preservation Project Manager, and I was nominated from the community at large.
Gary.
Hi, I'm Gary Petrie. I'm an architect, and I was nominated by the Denver Planning Board.
Erica.
I'm Erica Warzel. I'm an architectural historian and preservation consultant and an at-large member.
Anne.
I'm Anne Wattenberg. I'm an architect nominated by the American Institute of Architects.
Thank you. And Jen, can you introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Jen Capetto. I'm Landmark Preservation staff.
Great. Thank you. So we don't have any meeting records up for approval today, so we'll go ahead and keep moving forward. Next up, we have our public comment period. We set aside some time at the beginning of every Landmark Preservation Commission meeting for public comments. These are for general preservation matters, not any project that we're going to be reviewing today. So if you have any comments on the public hearing or any design review projects, we will have comment periods for those separately later. If you have any comments about preservation in general, please let us know at this time. If you're joining by phone, we'll need you to email landmark@denvergov.org with your name, phone number, and what project you'd like to speak on. That way we can unmute you when it comes time to hear your comment. If you're joining via computer, at any point when we call for public comments, just use the hand raise button and we'll call on you at that time. Is there any public comments we've got coming in, Jen?
I don't see any hands raised, and I haven't seen any emails come in.
All right. Then we'll go ahead and move forward. Next up is the consent agenda. And we've got, how many projects? 8 projects on consent today, pretty full consent agenda. Were there any commissioners that have to recuse themselves for consent? Okay, and are there any questions or projects?
Kelly, I need to
hold off.
I need to recuse myself from the consent agenda.
Okay, thanks, Brad.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'll do is I'll move Brad from a panelist to attendee so that he cannot be seen or heard, so that he can't influence the vote. So I will do that right now.
Thank you, Jen. All right, for the rest of us, so there are 8 projects. Anything that any commissioners wanted to take off of the consent agenda, or any projects that you had questions on? And I might just hit one question real quick that maybe a few people have. So the 242 West First Avenue in Baker, that's a project that we have previously reviewed. Now they're applying for a tax credit. And Jen or Jesse, we're going to see this project come back under design review separately, correct? This is just for the tax credit portion.
Not necessarily. If they're removing the coil wrap and returning it to its original condition, then we would not need to review that, as they're just returning it to its original condition.
Okay.
If they are making any major changes, then it would come back to us and come back to you guys for a review more than likely. They've gotten a few quotes on removal of that coil wrap, and it depends on how extensive of a removal process that it is as to whether or not it's feasible to do it.
Okay. Great. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page about that because I know we continued that project last time we saw it.
I did want to add one more note because there was some conversation about that specific project not having brick mold on the building. Jen and I did perform a site visit and looked at several of the the remaining historic windows and frames that had not been wrapped. And there's no more brick molds on those windows either. So the brick mold was likely removed at some point.
Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying. All right, any other questions on the consent agenda? And if not, who would make the motion? It's gonna be a long one.
Madam Chair, I will move to approve the consent agenda, including project 2021-ZLAM-035 for 475 Lafayette Street, 2019-COA-406, 182 West Bayard Street, 2021-TAXC-005, 242 West First Avenue, 2021-COA-112, 3603 Elliott Street, 2021-COA-113, 130 West 3rd Avenue, 2020-ZLAM-143 for 2376 15th Street or 1416 Platt Street, 2021-TAXC-002, 2123 Downing Street, and 2021-COA-126 for 181 Franklin Street.
Thank you, Graham. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Gary. All right, I will call for the vote. So first up, we've got Graham,
Aye.
Julie,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
Erica,
Aye.
Anne,
Aye.
and Kelly. Aye. All right, so we have a unanimous vote, 6 votes. So the motion passes and all the projects on consent are approved. If you're on the call for one of those projects, feel free to hop off at this time because your project is approved. So we're going to move forward. We do have a public hearing today. So let's get the process for public hearings up on the screen for everybody. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and then staff will make their presentation, followed by the applicant's presentation. The applicant has up to 10 minutes to present. And since this is an owner opposed designation, we will also give a 10-minute period for the building owner after the applicant presentation. Now, I just want to let both parties know that after those 10 minutes are up, we're going to go into public comments and then deliberate. So please make sure all of your comments are in that 10-minute period because we can't open it back up after that. So after those presentations, we'll hear from public comments. Public comments for hearings are 3 minutes per person. And we went over how to do that. If you're joining us by computer, go ahead and use the hand raise function. If you're joining us by phone, please email landmark@denvergov.org. Let us know your name, your phone number, and that you'd like to speak on the public hearing. So after public comments, we'll go ahead and close the hearing and move into deliberation. All right, so today's public hearing is for 2021L-001. It's for 123 Spear Boulevard, the landmark designation application. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing, and Kara can start your presentation.
Great. I just want to make sure everyone can see the presentation, that I've shared my screen correctly.
Yep.
Okay, great. So this is for 123 Spear Boulevard. As Kelly noted, this is an owner-opposed designation. It first came into landmark preservation as a certificate of demolition eligibility. Staff found that there was potential for designation and publicly posted notice. 3 members of the community came forward and filed a notice of intent, which pauses the process for a little while, allows for some community dialogue through a third-party facilitated stakeholder meeting. Unfortunately, no compromise solution could be reached through the stakeholder meeting. And then the 3 residents also then filed a designation application. We are here to review the designation application, not staff reports that were initially published by Landmark Preservation last year for the posting. So this property is here at 123 Speer. It's in Council District 10 in the Speer neighborhood. The current zoning is CMX 12 for the site. The owners are Scripps Media, and as I noted, there are 3 residents of Denver who submitted a designation application. And I wanted to provide you guys just with a little bit of an aerial view so you could kind of understand and see where this is located. So here's the subject property. It's at the confluence of basically Speer, Lincoln, and 7th Avenue. And so while this is the entirety of the site, this is the map of the proposed designation application. So the applicants are only looking to do the west half of the block, not the entirety of the block for the designation application. And so as part of the process for any designation application, we provide a little bit of background on landmark designation and what it means if a property is designated. So landmark preservation was established in 1967 with the intent of designating, preserving, and protecting the historic resources, fostering civic pride, stabilizing and improving the aesthetic and economic viability of the city, and promoting good urban design. To date, we have 352 individual landmarks in 56 historic districts. That totals approximately 6,800-ish landmark buildings out of about 160 primary buildings citywide. So it doesn't include garages or ADUs or anything like that, but primary buildings, there's approximately 160,000 in the city and county of Denver. To the left, you can see a map of the properties that have been landmarked. The colored boxes are the historic districts. And if you can see the tiny little red dots, those are the individual landmarks. When you talk about having 56 historic districts, that sounds like a lot, but it's approximately 4% of the city, or about 1 in 25 structures that are designated. If a property is designated, it would go through design review for any projects that are on the exterior of the building and require a building or zoning permit. That is reviewed through landmark staff or the Landmark Preservation Commission by a set of citywide design guidelines. The intent of the design guidelines is to preserve the historic character of the property and to provide clear and predictable regulations for the property owners, the applicants, and the staff. If a property is designated, the demolition of the property is highly discouraged and would require commission review for any demolition of a portion or part of the building. Within Denver, designations is a community-driven process. It comes from the community and can be submitted by the owner or owners of the property, a member of city council, the manager of community planning and development, or as is the instance here, it's 3 residents of Denver. In order for a property to be designated per the landmark ordinance, the structure needs to maintain its integrity. It needs to be 30 years of age or older, or be of exceptional significance. The structure needs to meet at least 3 out of 10 criteria. And then you, as the Landmark Preservation Commission, need to consider the structure's historic context in your deliberation. The designation application put forward 6 criteria for which they found the property to be significant, and we'll go through each of these in turn. So first, that the property is directly associated with the historical development of the city. I apologize here. So that it is significant for the development of the telecommunication industry in Denver. Pre-World War and through the war and a little bit after, most news and entertainment was consumed through news was consumed through print and radio, as well as, going to movies and things like that. But it was primarily consumed through print and radio in homes. The FCC, or the Federal Communications Commission, granted only 4 TV licenses in Denver. And those were not granted until 1953. It was pretty late, and it was a very hard fought for often radio stations that were transforming into television stations. As these licenses were granted, it revolutionized the consumption of news and entertainment in Denver. By the late 1960s, network television was the dominant mass media in the United States. With that large growth, nationwide, broadcasters began to expand their studios and offices, building purpose-built television studios versus things that had been converted, which is what happened here on this site. So initially, this had been a Packer and Studebaker warehouse that was converted to a television studio in 1953. In 1967, they began work on a purpose-built communication center, demoing the property and constructing a new one. This building embodies the history of what was then known as KLZ. It was KLZ Radio, KLZ Communications, currently now is Denver Channel 7. The property here serves as a physical representation of the television industry's explosive growth, from when it had been just a reused warehouse to the need to have a purpose-built, very large statement building that was constructed. And so we found as landmark staff that this property is directly associated with the historical development of the television industry in Denver, and is one of the best physical representations of that within the city and county of Denver. The application then puts forward that the property is significant for its association with a recognized person who had influence on society. And that would be Hugh B. Terry, who is in the center of this photograph here. He was the president and general manager of KLZ, and initially he was actually part owner of the KLZ radio station. And he helped transition from radio to television. When I spoke earlier about there were only 4 licenses that were available, there was a tremendous fight and strenuous effort in order to get those 4 television licenses. The Rocky Mountain News described Terry's role in that he was so impressive, he was characterized as Mr. Denver, and that it was largely due to his strenuous efforts that KLZ was granted a license to broadcast television. So he was imperative in the transformation from radio to television. And he ran the radio station from 1953 to his retirement in 1974. He oversaw the transition to the new building as the president and general manager. He was, his roles expanded. He worked for the Western division of the larger television organization. He was the one who oversaw the development of the building. And so while his larger career spanned a much longer time than what he was actually physically in the building, and it was limited to those last few years. And it is important that the length of time is important in determining the significance of a building associated with an individual. But the original warehouse that he spent most of his time in was demolished, and so it is no longer extant. So therefore, this is the best remaining structure that's associated with the influential work of Hugh B. Terry and his productive life. And so we find that this property is significant for its association with President Terry. The application puts forward that this is significant for its distinctive visible characteristics of an architectural style, for the brutalist style. It came into usage in the 1950s in Europe for known as brutalist or the new brutalism. It celebrated raw materials. It didn't highlight decorations, and instead it talked about presenting honest architectural expressions, exposing the building's structural and sometimes even mechanical components to view. Architectural historian and critic Rainer Bonham talked about in the 1950s that there were 3 things that made up the brutalist style. the memorability as an image, the clear exhibition of structure, and the valuation of materials as found. Doko Momo talks about Rainer Bonham as being an important art critic and historian who really promoted the use of architecture, particularly in Britain, of this architectural style. So when you talk about what are brutalist styles, they're very monumental in scale. They have exposed concrete structures, oftentimes cantilevered masses or monumental first floors, oftentimes using geometric forms, and then windows that are inset or are holes or slits in the walls, as what is Doko Momo describes it. The KLZ Communication Center fits these primary characteristics. It's very intentional in its siting, as you recall from the map. It's at a very prominent location at the confluence of multiple primary streets throughout the city. And so it's intentionally sited there with its very, octagonal building right on the corner, very monumental. There's a cantilevered first floor. And then the cast in place and preformed concrete, it's a combination of both. And then they use the contrasting, preformed concrete of the sort of red aggregate of Colorado, what Colorado is known for, as well as contrasting with the cast in place gray concrete. So staff finds that this is an excellent example of brutalism in Denver. And also wanted to note that there are very recessed windows. Doko Momo talks about that creating an egg crate effect for windows is often what happens. And I think that's really well shown here on this particular building. And landmark staff finds that this property embodies the distinctive visible characteristics of the brutalist style. The application also puts forward that it's a significant example of the work of a recognized architect and a master builder. So first, that it's part of the Fulmer and Bowers, who were the architects who designed the building. They designed a variety of different types of buildings, but they became known for designing communication buildings nationwide. They built them in Pittsburgh, Hartford, Boston, Memphis, Baltimore, Atlanta, Milwaukee, Indianapolis, Syracuse, and Grand Rapids. So they did smaller media markets as well as larger media markets. They designed for the purpose and need of their clients using the architectural style that was popular at the time. They had a mastery of mid-century modern design styles, international, new formalism, and as is the example here at the KLZ Communications Center, the brutalism style. This is one of the last television studios that they designed and the only example in Colorado, and therefore it is a significant example of them, and they are a recognized architect. The application also put forward that it is a significant, or that it represents the master builders of the NG Petrie Construction Company. The application does demonstrate the scope of their work, does talk about the breadth of what they did. However, staff has found that additional contextual information and a comparative analysis would be needed of sort of modern large-scale construction companies and what would make them master builders. Primarily we have used master builders to be, stonemasons or someone who has, stained glass window glass makers, but we haven't really analyzed when you're looking at modern large-scale construction companies, what makes one a master builder and what does not. And we feel like the application would need further analysis in order to say that that the Petrie Company would qualify as a master builder. So landmark preservation staff is recommending that the property is significant for the Fulmer and Bowers architectural firm, but not as master builders. The application also says that this is significant as it represents an established and familiar feature of the contemporary city due to its prominent location or physical characteristics. So this is significant, staff finds, because of its distinctive octagonal building form that is very intentionally sited on a prominent corner at the confluence of Spear Boulevard, Lincoln Street, 7th Avenue. It also has visibility from Broadway and 6th Avenue. This is a building, when you are coming into Speer and you see this building, you know that you're sort of entering sort of the core of Denver's urban center. And so that it is an established and familiar feature, that it has a prominent location, and due to its brutalist style and its geometric form, has physical characteristics that would make it established and familiar. So we find that it meets this criterion. And then finally, that it promotes an understanding and appreciation of the urban environment by means of rarity. This is one of only 2 historic buildings associated with Denver's television station. This one holds a high degree of integrity. There are 4 of Denver's oldest television stations that were located in about a mile of each other, kind of along the Lincoln Street and Spear Boulevard corridors. However, only 2 of those are historic, and this one it has excellent integrity. We also find that it is a rare example of the brutalist architectural style in Denver. This is one of only a handful of buildings out of the approximately 160,000 primary structures in Denver that is of a brutalist style that is known to us. We wanted to talk a little bit about there are other buildings that are brutalist in Denver. So you have here on the left the Federal Reserve Bank on the 16th Street Mall that exhibits some brutalist style. And then on the right, you have what is now the Colorado Education Association that's on the corner of Grant and Colfax. Both of those buildings are designed by William Luchow, and both of them display characteristics of the brutalist style. They have a combination of cast in place as well as precast concrete. And they both also have elements of sort of a new formalism as well. And then the one in the center is the Denver jail. It was designed in, we believe, 1977, but I haven't been able to verify that. And so while it has the form of brutalism, it's actually made entirely of brick and not of concrete. And so you can have brutalist buildings that are not of concrete, although that is one of the defining characteristics of brutalism. And so these are just a few of the examples of other brutalist buildings in Denver, but there are a very small handful of them. And so Landmark staff has found that it is a rare resource as being less than a dozen at the most brutalist buildings in Denver out of 160,000. We find that this is a rare resource in Denver. In addition to meeting at least 3 out of the 10 criteria, the property also has to retain integrity. And overall, this property has had very minimal alterations. There have been some screens and satellites that have been added to some of the primary facades. Those are all called out as non-contributing in the designation application, and we feel are temporary in nature and could be easily reversible. There are also some small changes to the rear, garage doors that were added or altered, but as they are at the rear of the property and are minimal in nature, overall, we found that the property maintains all aspects of integrity and retains excellent integrity. And then finally, you as Landmark Preservation Commission will need to consider its historic context. So Landmark staff found that it is a building of its own time. It reflects the history of the development of TV as the preeminent news source over the second half of the 20th century. It was developed under the president and GM Terry Hughes, designed by a well-known firm with extensive experience designing purpose-built television stations. And it was designed in a style popular at the time for large civic or institutional buildings or large corporations, banks, or TV stations to build something that was monumental and statement building. And then the period of significance extends from its construction in 1969 to 1972, when the station was sold and the call letters changed to KMGH. And so while the building continued in its use, the period of significance ended in 1972 with that change in call letters. In terms of the public comment that we have received, this is all of the public comment that we have received by 12 p.m. yesterday, which is the public comment period policy that we follow. So in that time, we received 14 emails or letters of support and 2 in opposition. Some of those were sent to you in your initial packet last Tuesday. And then we emailed a couple of other batches to you guys last week and then this week as well. If there were any other public comments that were received, if this would go forward, we would submit those to City Council. But at this point, they were not forwarded on to you if they came after 12 p.m. yesterday. And so in review, Landmark staff found that this is a building that's over 30 years of age. We found that it met at least 3 of the criteria. We found that it met 6 of the criteria. Landmark staff agreed with the application that it retains its integrity. We found that the historic context that was provided provided sufficient information to support the areas of significance or the criteria that were put forward. And so Landmark staff is recommending that you recommend this for approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have now.
Thank you, Kara. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? It was very thorough. So thank you.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to start with the applicant's presentation. If we could promote the applicants, maybe it's already been done. But while that's happening, the applicant will have up to 10 minutes to present. Please start with your name and address for the record, and you'll need to go ahead and unmute yourself and start whenever you're ready. Jen will have the time going. So if you see Jen's video, she'll have the time up there.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'll go first. My name's Brad Cameron, and I am a Denver resident. I live at 1200 Humboldt Street, and I'm one of the 3 applicants for the landmark designation of the KLZ Communication Center, which I often refer to as the Channel 7 building. And with me today is David Lynn Wise. He is also one of the 3 applicants. Unfortunately, the 3rd applicant, Michael Henry, is unavailable today. And then also in attendance is Amy Unger with Pine Street Preservation. She worked with us on the application. David and I are going to split the 10 minutes between the 2 of us, and then Amy, David, and I will be available to answer any questions. Now, first of all, it's rather obvious that time doesn't permit David or I to discuss in detail all of the landmark criteria that are satisfied by this building. Our application certainly addresses that, and likewise the staff report. Instead, we just want to highlight a couple of items for your consideration. Now, on a personal note, I moved to Denver back in 1981, and I initially lived on Logan Street, just a couple blocks south of Spear Boulevard, which put me in very close proximity to the Channel 7 building. And it immediately captured my eye and my attention. Back then, broadcast television was much more dominant in our culture. And it was obvious that the Channel 7 building was one of those places in Denver where television originated. It had all of that excitement that back then especially was associated with TV. Now, whether one does or does not like the building, there is no way that you can miss noticing it. Its prominent location at Speer and Lincoln means that tens of thousands of people pass by it daily. And with its distinctive architecture and striking exterior color, nobody has ever said that the Channel 7 building blends into its background. No, it is a very noticeable and prominent feature. And its demolition would leave a gaping hole in Denver's urban fabric. Now, David's an architect. I'm going to let him talk more about the building, but I am compelled to mention the color. As has been referenced already, the color comes from the crushed red Colorado sandstone that's used on the exterior of the building. One of the hallmarks of brutalism is the materials as found, the raw materials of the place, and clearly using that as the exterior medium for most of the building, just doesn't get much more brutalist than that. And then the important thing to realize, as we here in Colorado know, is we get so much sunshine here in Denver, that the sunshine on the building really makes it stand out. It's certainly not the gray color of a concrete of many brutalism buildings, but instead it has this wonderful red color. Now, finally, I want to digress from our application. I want to suggest that, that the LPC folks look carefully at the documentation, or should I say the lack thereof, in the Heritage Rebuttal Report that Scripps Media submitted. There are virtually no footnotes in that report, and what few are really not of much importance, and there is no bibliography associated with it. And so particularly in its discussion of brutalism architecture, it's really nothing but unsubstantiated opinions of an anonymous writer. They don't even identify who wrote the thing. Simply put, it would not pass muster as a high school term paper, and I think it should be ignored. So in conclusion, for me, I would urge the Landmark Commission to find the KLZ Communications Center as meritorious as a Denver landmark, and to approve the application and move it on forward to City Council. Okay, and with that, I would turn it over to David. And David, I neglected to move the slides around, so it's all yours.
All right, this is where we'd like to start. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak publicly. I'm an architect with an advanced degree in urban design and a 40-year resident of Greater Capitol Hill. As a grad student at Harvard University, I researched and wrote about the history and the future of the development of Denver. At one time, I was director of urban design for the Downtown Denver Partnership and president of the Urban Design Forum. As chair of the urban design committees for Lower Downtown District and for the design of Coors Field, I've confronted threats to Denver's historic buildings in various settings. Life on Capitol Hill featured my writing on architecture and urban design for more than 7 years. My adaptive reuse projects include the new Setter's Department Store, the Edbrook Lofts, the Airedale Building, and 3 spectacular Doc Benedict houses. This is all to say, I've tried to know my city through its architecture. Next slide, please. Scripps Media says the Channel 7 building is nondescript and unremarkable, and with no elements of design, engineering, and materials that appear innovative. They characterize it as second-rate architecture. Those dismissive comments brought me here today. We residents of Central Denver have experienced the gradual, painful loss of important parts of our modern architectural heritage. Bergen Hall, the hyperbolic paraboloid, key parts of Skyline Park and Mile High Center, and the now threatened 16th Street Mall. The replacements for these are disappointing and inferior. These lost treasures all coincide with the period of brutalism, or as I call it, the brutally honest period, 1950 to 1980, when buildings responded to a skepticism societally and a return to basics. They became bold, pared down, robustly constructed, without the pretentiousness of decoration. Next slide, please. In our application to preserve Channel 7, Amy Unger reminds us that in October 1970, the Rocky Mountain chapter of the American Concrete Institute awarded its first ever Excellence in Concrete Award to the KLZ Communications Center for excellence in architectural and structural design, as well as unique, innovative, and sustainable uses of concrete. By embracing brutalist principles, Bowers and KLZ together created a striking and iconic building that represented television status as America's leading source for news and entertainment, and its commitment to serving the Denver community. Longtime Denver writer and critic Michael Paglio sees the building as satisfying all of the defining characteristics of brutalism cited by internationally renowned writer Charles Jenks in 1977, in that the building features robust, overscaled proportions, a complex formal arrangement of building volumes, the expression of its structural features, thick vertical piers, the use of cast-in-place concrete and cast aggregate panels, the expression of fenestration in the form of vertical windows that are deeply recessed. Denver's own nationally known writer, David Hill, a frequent contributor to one of America's top journals, Architectural Record, is a huge fan of the Channel 7 building. He wrote, more than 50 years after it was constructed, 123 Spear remains virtually unchanged. It's a superb example of brutalist architecture. He says, architect Brad Klopfel, principal of Allied Works Architecture, revived the style for his design of the Clifford Still Museum, one of Denver's most celebrated buildings of the last 10 years. Scripps Media characterized 123 Spear as nondescript and unremarkable, with no elements of design, engineering, or materials that appear innovative. But Scripps is mistaken, end quote. The landmark staff report makes a compelling case countering the consultant's report in each detail. To quote one of their insightful lines, the architect's intentional consideration of site, coupled with the building's arresting design, created an iconic building that has been a well-known and prominent feature along the historic Spear Boulevard for over 50 years. Next slide, please. In summary, the architecture of Panel 7 celebrates a heroic period in the development of Denver. The builder, Nick Petrie, is one of 2 builders in the Colorado Business Hall of Fame. And the architect, Raymond Bowers, established the influential Institute for Excellence in Design at Penn State University. I contacted his son, Lou Bowers, a developer in Portland, and he told me personally that his father was very proud of this design. Petrie and Bowers were at the top of their game. We have seen the proposed replacement project, and I believe that extending the underground parking garage just another 28% would support enough added apartments to pay for the adaptive reuse of the tower. That tower could contain spectacular residences. The carrying capacity of the land will not be compromised. A win-win is still within reach. Next slide, please.
Thank you. Your time is unfortunately up, but it sounds like you're just wrapping up, so it was pretty good.
I was just wrapping up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, are there any questions for the applicants? Seeing some nodding heads, no. Everything was clear and thorough, it sounds. All right, then let's move forward. Thanks so much for your time. We'll now hear from the owners. So similarly, you have up to 10 minutes. If we can promote the owners to be presenter, then you can unmute yourself, and please, anyone who's speaking, just state your name and address and keep it to 10 minutes. Jen will have the time up on her video. And start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I think Emily's moving folks, the other folks over and doing the shift. So
I am doing that right now.
It takes a little time. Thanks, Emily.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lag on the system. It takes a few minutes.
Yeah.
And Emily
Okay.
Bryan has his hand raised, so it's hard
Okay.
to, he's out of order.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name's Dean Littleton. I'm the general manager of Denver 7 at 123 Spear Boulevard. I appreciate the opportunity to make some comments in addition to what we've already submitted. You guys, you have in front of you today an incredibly important decision that could forever impact the future of our business and our 200 employees. Next page, please. Let's start with why we're selling. It's a local journalism success story. Journalism has driven our local staff growth more than 30% over the past few years. All that growth has been squeezed into this purpose-built structure for a 1970s TV news operation. Without going into all the detail on the page that you see here, our business, as you know, has changed significantly over the years. And this building no longer works for its original purpose. There's a reason, for instance, that the other TV stations in town are only 2 or 3 stories tall. That's what led to our staff-driven initiative to sell our property and simply use those funds to expand into a more modern facility that's as close to the city center as possible. Next page. As you saw with the heritage report that we submitted, we strongly disagree with the applicant's position that this building is historic or that the architecture rises to the level of landmark designation over the owner's wishes. It was not the first TV station in Denver. It was the 3rd. This was not the first purpose-built studio. That facility is still in use and houses KCNC. It's 10 years older than us and just down the street. Additionally, when you think of major news events like 9/11, You can probably remember where you were when you saw it, but you don't think of the building that broadcast that event because the news and the history didn't happen at the TV station, and the building had nothing to do with the event. Next page. As journalists, we're keenly aware of history and our important role documenting it, but our history is in the tens of thousands of hours of archived material that we've saved for generations. In our case, not only will that history survive, it will one day become more accessible to the public. Before this landmark designation discussion even began, we had already begun the process of digitizing all that archival material to make it available to the Denver Public Library so the community could search and view all that history for themselves. That's not something TV stations across the country are doing, but we are. Next page. But now, with this application, we feel trapped. If our building is designated, you will have landmarked a purpose-built building that no longer serves the purpose for which it was built. Furthermore, the permanence of landmark designation doesn't work for a business like ours. If we go off the air, I can't wait 24 hours for approval to make necessary changes on the exterior of our building to get back on the air. There's a number of other reasons why designating this building will have severe consequences to Denver 7, our employees, and the future of our operations in Denver. I'm asking that you carefully consider the information we'll put before you today. Thank you. Next page, Andy.
Thank you, Dean. I'm Andy Rockmore. I'm a principal at Shears Atkins Rockmore Architects. And as you've heard, staff and the applicants have stated that they feel 123 Spear is a significant example of brutalism. But what makes this process so interesting is not whether this building is brutalist or not, but whether it's significant enough to warrant the landmark designation. This slide illustrates local buildings that clearly meet that distinction. Each one has the fundamental characteristics and the integrity of the brutalist style. Their raw concrete cast-in-place structure is also their primary expression. The architects intentionally used a restrained material palette of natural materials and gave them strong, elevated, and prominent bases to project the strength and the permanence of their uses. In this way, the brutalist style was a great fit for municipal and government buildings, such as a bank, a school, and a national research laboratory. Next slide. We do not believe, there you go. We do not believe that 123 Spear has a similar integrity. In fact, the architects who designed it didn't believe so either. We have a quote on the screen that suggests it was never intended to be a brutalist building. Instead, they were trying to create a television studio and borrowed a few tricks from a hot style at the time. It has very little raw cast concrete. It actually uses precast concrete panels instead. Its base and entry are barely visible from the street. And in almost all respects, it lacks the integrity of the true brutalist buildings that we show before. So this is a very special location in our city. Denver's vision for this site, established by zoning in 2010, is of a vibrant mixed-use place at the gateway of downtown. This site can and should be a safe, active, and diverse pedestrian scale development that positively contributes to the neighborhood's character. Landmarking should be done to preserve incredible buildings for all generations to enjoy. Designating a building on this special site, and this building in particular, which lacks the fundamental integrity of a brutalist building, is counter to Denver's vision for this extremely important site. Brian?
Thanks, Andy. Let's go next slide. My name is Brian Connolly. I'm a land use planner and lawyer with Ott & Johnson, and I've been asked to speak to the criteria. The applicants have the burden of demonstrating that 3 of the 10 criteria for designation are met, and they've failed to meet that burden here. In their application, they stretch both law and facts, trying to assert that the 6 criteria they discuss have been met. The landmark ordinance, which this commission is charged with applying, uses very carefully chosen words such as direct, substantial, significant, and recognized. And to give these words their proper meaning, this application must be denied. Next slide. With respect to a significant historical event or development of the city, the staff's initial analysis suggested that this building is one of the main venues by which Denver residents acquire news. And they further noted that the building flaunts the preeminence of TV news in the 20th century, or today, as Kara said, it's a physical representation of TV's explosive growth. This message is repeated in the application. Next slide. But as Dean explained, the news is made where historical events occur. We remember these events, like the ones on the screen, by where they happened in the images in our memory, not by the building that they were broadcast from. Next slide. Moreover, nothing about the building flaunts the preeminence of TV news. The only reason we know this is a TV station is the signage and the communications equipment mounted on or around the building. Next slide. The applicants next assert that Hugh Terry was a recognized person with a direct and substantial association with the building. Next slide. However, even if Terry is a recognized person, which is a debatable assumption, he only worked in this building for 3 years at the tail end of his career, which can hardly be considered a substantial relationship. He's in the Colorado Broadcast Hall of Fame, which seems a superior means of preserving his legacy compared with landmarking a building. Next slide. Andy already spoke to the visible style of the building, but the quote from the building's architecture firm says it all. Even they did not intend for it to be a consistent example of brutalist architecture. Next slide. Similarly, this is not a significant example of the work of either a master architect or builder. Until this application, most of us didn't even know this architecture firm. And that's because they haven't won awards. They haven't had buildings designated, and their work was really low cost value engineering. Similarly, it's a stretch to suggest that a contractor responsible for the construction of several mid-20th century buildings merits designation. Next slide. The applicants argue that the building is an established feature, both because lots of people drive by it and because it's located along Spear Boulevard and surrounded by surface parking lots. Next slide. The map on the left shows you that there's only one designated structure along the entire stretch of Spear from Alamo-Placida to downtown. So being located on Spear is hardly a basis for a building being an established feature. And if surface parking merited landmark designation, most of downtown Denver would have been landmarked by now, which is obviously not the case. Next slide. Repeating earlier arguments, the applicants sum up much of their design argument here. We can go next slide. The factual inaccuracies of this statement, however, should give us all pause about the merits of this application. The building is not called the KLZ Communication Center. It's not a rare example of brutalism in Denver. It lacks design consistency. It's not made of cast-in-place concrete. And the red rock was a cost-saving measure, not a nod to the Front Range. Next slide. As Andy already said, this property presents a significant opportunity for the city in this neighborhood, and designating this quasi-brutalist building takes this opportunity away, and it does so permanently. Next slide. And next slide. I'll conclude by highlighting this quote from one of the applicants, which appeared in Business Den shortly after the application was filed. Their goal was not necessarily to landmark the building. This underscores the fact that they're here before you, not because they're committed to this building, but rather to influence redevelopment. That undermines the credibility of the landmark designation process in Denver, and it undermines this commission's time. Thus, on these grounds, and as we've set forth in the materials that we've submitted, we request that you deny this application. We do have our whole team here, and we welcome the opportunity for discussion and questions. Thank you.
Perfect timing, just as the buzzer goes. You guys practiced. Thank you. All right, do commissioners have any questions for the owners? No? All right, another thorough presentation. Okay, if there aren't any questions, then let's open this up for public comments. And I just want to refresh everybody's memory, or in case some people have just joined. If you're joining by computer, please use the hand raise function, or button, I should say, if you'd like to make a public comment. If you're joining by phone, please email landmark@denvergov.org and let us know your name, your phone number, and that you'd like to speak on behalf of the public hearing or a project later on the agenda. And then we can go ahead and unmute you. So each public comment in a public hearing, you'll have up to 3 minutes, and please start with your name and address for the record. Jen,
yeah, so I have 3 people. Hold on a second. I have 3 people who signed up in advance. when they registered. So Jeremiah Bibo or Bebo, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Next would be Joseph Halpern, and then Annie Lewinsky. So I'll call on them in that order. And then the others will need, if anyone else would like to speak about this, you need to raise your hand because you didn't sign up when you registered.
So you'll call them by name?
All right, so Jeremiah, you're welcome to unmute yourself. I've clicked you as allowing to unmute.
All right, thank you. Jeremiah Bibo, 891 14th Street, Unit 907 here in Denver, Central Business District neighborhood. Thank you to the commission for allowing me to speak on this matter. I'm a city planner by trade, but I'm speaking as a resident. I am adamantly opposed to the application for landmark designation being pushed by the neighborhood group and against the will of the property owner, as well as Denver Channel 7. While I do support historic preservation and at times against the desires of the property owner, this case to me is an example of a neighborhood group opposed to development and densification and appears to be using this process to prevent the redevelopment of this site. With the CMX zoning, a developer should be allowed to redevelop the site under the zone district should a developer desire to do so while meeting the zoning code. While I appreciate the analysis on the brutalist style of architecture of the building, it would appear that the history behind the site and the building is really based on the use of the building, and the significance of this style as it relates to the building seem to be minimal at best. This era of architecture is somewhat controversial to many professionals who debate the benefits and pitfalls of this era and architecture, the era representing a time of suburbanization, urban renewal, wide roads, and overall poor urban planning with zero attention to the public realm. While there have been some beautiful examples of this style, it's my opinion that the style was detrimental to the inclusive and equitable city and beneficial to the elites and wealthy who wanted to keep the public out or make the public feel unwelcomed. The brutalist style of architecture is contrary to what is desired today to make buildings more active, engaged with the public realm, and active at the ground floor. This hard and dangerous node of Speer, Lincoln, 6th, and Sherman is littered with heavy vehicular traffic and is in much needed upgrades to the pedestrian realm. A new building containing active ground floor uses, large transparent windows, residential uses above can add a much better pedestrian environment than this building can, even if it were repurposed. Additionally, I might add that we are in the middle of a housing affordability crisis. With the city that is primarily zoned for single-family only uses, we must do whatever we can to ensure that in areas such as this, we prioritize densification and additional housing over lackluster forms of historic preservation, such as this attempt. History has a place in our city and in our neighborhoods, and we have so many other valuable buildings that deserve protection and preservation. This building, however, is not one of them. Please vote no on this landmark designation. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Joseph Halpern. I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself. Welcome to start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Great. My name is Joseph Halpern. I live at 720 Emerson Street. I have lived within less than a mile of 123 Spear Boulevard for my 42 years in Denver, and I'm here to speak in favor of the designation of what I will call the Channel 7 building. Now, I'm not an expert in what constitutes brutalist architecture, so I'm not going to engage in that debate. What I will say is that the Channel 7 building has always been a commanding and dramatic presence, whether viewed from Spear Boulevard, Lincoln Street, or 6th Avenue. But unlike some modernist architecture, it is not an overbearing or brooding structure. It is approachable. It is attractive. And I've always thought it was a very important part of the built environment of the neighborhood. Both the applicant and the staff report have amply demonstrated that the Channel 7 building more than satisfies multiple criteria for designation. What I'd like to say is that the late Jennifer Moulton, who I knew well and who was Denver's director of planning, believed passionately in modernist architecture and in preserving the best examples of it. And she would be here today advocating for it, and she'd be advocating on how that structure, the Channel 7 building, could be incorporated into a new structure on that very large site. An example of that she promoted and made happen was 1445 Cleveland Place on the edge of Civic Center Park. She said, you're not going to tear, she said to Mayor Webb, you're not going to tear down that magnificent example of modernist architecture. It's a 4-story building. You've got a huge site behind it. Build something and make this the front door to the building. That's exactly what the city did with the Wellington Webb building. And it could be done here by an accomplished architect and developer. I do want to mention that the Washington Post on March 25th, just since this controversy has arisen, ran an article entitled "Brutalist Buildings Aren't Unlovable, You're Looking at Them Wrong," unquote. It brought in hundreds of letters. Last time I looked, there were 500 letters. And most of them said, oh, it's fascist architecture. It looks like Mussolini's Italy. But there were a few very thoughtful letter writers. And I want to quote from one letter in closing. This is a quote, "Every architectural style has its pros and cons. Some endure, some do not. Brutalism, like all mid-century products, had good designs and poor designs. Let's rehabilitate and gently modernize the best of the brutalist buildings," unquote. Again, not arguing the debate over whether this is brutalist or just some other form of modernism. It is worthy of preservation, and I hope that the Landmark Commission will do the right thing and designate it. Thank you so much.
Joseph, your time is up. Thank you.
All right, Annie Lewinsky, you can unmute yourself whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Annie Lewinsky. I'm the Executive Director of Historic Denver. We're a nonprofit located at 1420 Ogden Street. We're membership-based and have a track record of finding positive and innovative preservation outcomes. As a representative of our organization, I sat in on the mediation sessions regarding the Channel 7 building, as our organization does believe in the intent of the Demolition Review Ordinance, which is that it will bring greater awareness about architectural and cultural assets in our community, and that we can identify good outcomes for buildings and good outcomes for people through engaged dialogue. In that vein, I want to first note that this building and site do present an opportunity for creative, collaborative outcomes, an outcome that could honor the pivotal location and prominence of this place along the historic Spear Boulevard Parkway and along Cherry Creek. Many of our city's best redevelopment projects, and here I was also going to cite the Wellington Webb building, are examples of the blending of mid-century architecture with new construction, of the old and the new together. So we remain as an organization willing to help identify such a solution, including zoning adjustments that would allow for adaptive reuse of the structure or some additional density on the vacant part of the site, as well as thoughtful urban design. All of those things are part of the intent of the Landmark Preservation Ordinance and can also be achieved through partnership and collaboration be outside of the designation process as well. For today's purposes, I do realize that your task is to evaluate the building against the designation criteria. And as documented in the application, the building does meet at least 3 of the criteria, including as an example of brutalism, serving as a visible and highly noticed landmark, as well as for its rarity. As this process continues, we urge the parties involved to engage in further dialogue and to consider alternative outcomes, including alternatives to either designation or demolition, and to demonstrate that solving tough problems supports better, more engaging, and more enduring design and development. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, did we receive any emails for people who are joining by phone?
Fast. I don't see any emails, no.
And Emily, were you at the building? What building?
Evan.
Oh, Evan, sorry. Has anybody showed up?
He said he would let us know if they did, and he has not.
Okay. All right, if those are all of the public comments, then I'll go ahead and close the hearing and we will move into deliberation. Kara, did you have any recap you wanted to make about what was said, or are we good?
No, I feel like you guys have a good understanding.
Great.
Madam Chair, I actually had a question for staff, if that's okay.
Of course.
So Kara, the landowner, I believe it was the executive director at Channel 7, mentioned that if this building is designated as a historic landmark, that emergency repairs would not be able to be made. is there some vehicle through the system where an emergency, something that might have to happen right away could occur?
I have not, I want actually, based on that comment, I want to follow up with my development services colleagues to find out how they handle emergency situations. I mean, I know that, and Jen might be the better one to jump in on this conversation, but I know if there are emergency things that occur that needs our approval, we oftentimes say, please stabilize the building, and then come to us for the, the solution to solve it later on, but please, solve your immediate problem now. But I will let Jen jump in if there's anything that she feels should be added.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kara.
I believe Kara's correct there.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, before we go into deliberation, I should let you all know that I used to work in that building. It was the early 80s. I was a news writer for Channel 7. It's been a long time though. And I'm sure that I can look at all the facts here without being biased.
Thanks for letting us know, Julie. Okay, well then let's move into deliberation. What was everybody's thoughts? And maybe Julie, if you want to kick it off since you did work in the building.
Well, it's really not so much that it's a building that I know, because I also worked at Channel 4 as well. I do think the staff has done a very good job of looking at the application and at the facts, and I would be willing to support the staff's recommendation that we landmark it. I'll be perfectly honest, brutalism isn't my favorite, but that just because we don't like the looks of it is not a reason that it shouldn't be designated as historic.
Well said. Erica, I see you nodding your head. What were your thoughts on this?
Yeah, we could go through each criterion if the commission wanted to. And I do have a few thoughts to share on each of those. Maybe I'll just kick off by talking about criterion A, about association with an event or development of the city. I think the owner and rebuttal report, their point about historic events happening elsewhere and the news simply reporting on them kind of misses the point of this criterion as applied to this building, in that journalism and media is certainly an important part of our community's history. And that's the history of journalism and media that we are talking about here, and this building's representation of it. So I think that's just an important thing to note, that there's a difference between discrete events and kind of trends or developments, and this criterion makes room for both. And I think it's clear that this building meets the second of being associated with the development of the city as part of its important journalism and media history. I guess I would ask others if they have any comments about this criterion.
I think that's a good recommendation. Should we just go through each criterion, Erica? And so let's start with A then, the direct association with a significant historic event or with historical development of the city, state, or nation. What was everybody else's thoughts on that?
Well, Madam Chair, I'll speak. I mean, other than the fact that I worked in the building, but I'm kidding. I think there was a time at which, we had two newspapers here. It was more of a fledgling city. I think the media we didn't really know what was going to happen to this town. I think the fact that that building was built when it was built is a pretty good indication that things were changing in Denver. More people were moving here. News was also changing. I know for the fact that at that point they were still developing film for news, but it was a very pivotal time in media and in Denver, and for that reason, I do think that it qualifies.
Thanks, Julie.
Oh, yeah, I'll jump in too, Kelly. I think it's a little bit interesting that we hit on brutalism as of its time, but this building kind of being right in the middle of, and one of the applicants mentioned a really brutally honest period of architectural history where so many buildings were coming down. It's interesting to be on the other end of now talking about protecting a building that replaced a lot of buildings we're used to talking about protecting, or buildings of that era and style. But I think that that's something that is coming around as part of a bigger preservation conversation here is, 50 years is a moving scale for a reason, and that horizon moves with us. Sometimes our foresight or our backsight is further or closer than we might feel at any, present time. But I see the significance in this building from its period in Denver's history, which was certainly a unique one, and not necessarily a period that we're all comfortable or used to considering historic yet. But that's something that I think is going to become more and more common as we move down the line. And so it's a very unique building for a lot of ways, but I think in the bigger picture, that's one piece that stood out for me.
Yeah. Hi, this is Anne. I thought it was, I agree. I think the staff report is terrific. It's interesting to me that nobody in the list of brutalist buildings talks about the Ponte Tower, which is actually the ultimate brutalist building, which everybody loves, which I think is why they don't consider it brutalist, but it kind of fits all the characteristics. I think also the siting of this building is fantastic. The six-sided form really responds to the shift in the grid of the city, and it really remains very much kind of an entrance point to the downtown area. And I sort of agree that we can't really talk very much about the use of the building, but there are other things than apartment buildings and so forth, other usages that could go in. And I think there's probably a really amazing adaptive reuse purpose for it. And it is so distinctive. And I think I have to say that unfortunately, what's happened to Spear Drive in general is that it's become very monolithic. And I think that's that we don't know what's going to happen should the building be replaced, but this is such a distinctive building. And I have to say, in the back of my mind is the concern that it's going to be replaced by one of the other sort of not particularly individual buildings that has started to make up what's kind of a major glass wall along Spear Drive. So I support the designation of this building.
Kelly, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I've been having trouble with my phone. So sorry, it took me a little longer here to jump in, but I actually am probably the one that's the dissenter out of everybody. I think as we start talking about this, I think I don't see, if we go back to talking about this first category, I don't see the significant historic event or the development of the city, state, or nation. I see there was lots of growth in lots of different industries at that time. And I don't see this being a criteria that I see that this building meets. I think that kind of the significance of the transition from television or from radio to television happened much earlier. And that this, in my part, was just kind of it really feels to me a natural progression of a growing business and a growing a growing sector, but I don't see it as this very significant element that was just, dynamic and changed the history of the city at that point in time. And so I think for me, I'm looking at a lot of these categories, and I want us to be, or personally be critical about these and what it really means, because there's some feeling I have when I go through this that it can be somewhat easy to meet some of these categories. And I think that we have to be really critical about if this building is really truly the one that does meet it. And I think if we went through, we can talk about each one of these. I think it would be good to hear everybody's opinion.
Great, good point, Brad. Gary, I saw that you unmuted yourself. Did you have a comment about Criterion A as well?
Well, I initially agreed with the staff assessment, and Brad brings up a good point, but but in my mind yet, I'm not convinced that it does not meet criteria A, because as as the application showed, and then if you look at the application in total, the building does represent a significant commitment to broadcast television at a particular point in time. So it's somewhat, in my mind, it's somewhat historic that moving to make that kind of commitment architecturally, as you look at the other older TV station, KCNC, it's a relatively nondescript building. And when it was developed, it was, there wasn't a lot of attention paid to making it an architectural icon. Clearly, when the Channel 7 building was designed, there was an intent to make this an important building on an important visible site. And I think that is part of its history, and perhaps makes the history of the move from a older type TV station to a modern TV station significant in its own right. So I think I'm still convinced that it does meet criteria A. If you look at the argument against buildings that are associated with historic events being historic in their own right, we wouldn't have very many historic buildings. We'd have a lot of plaques. And I think this is a case where a plaque doesn't do it. The building was clearly intended by the people behind the decision to make it, intended to be significant, and intended to make a statement about broadcast TV in its time.
Thanks, Gary. I'm a little on the fence about Criterion A after hearing what you had to say, Brad, actually. But I do tend to agree with the staff report. But as we kind of talk about it, I do think, clearly they were trying to make a statement, and the citing is very appropriate, but those also apply to other criterion. So whether that's necessarily associated with A, I'm kind of struggling with in my mind, but I think I'd like to move forward, since we've heard from everyone on A, and move to criterion B, which is it has a direct and substantial association with a recognized person or group of persons who had influence on society. So I think, rather than just for the sake of time, since we've got a bunch of these criterion, if you agree with the application and the staff assessment, maybe just nod your head yes, because we don't all have to repeat the staff brief, right? But if you don't, then I think we should talk about that. So can I get some heads? Who agrees with the staff report about criterion B? Okay. Brad or Anne, anyone who didn't nod their head. Oh, I see Anne's got her thumbs up. Brad, did you have any qualms with this one that you wanted to point out?
Yeah, I mean, I when I look at it and read it, he had owned part of the company in the 50s, sold it off. I understand that he was an important person in the city's history, but this is really something that was kind of towards the end of his career. And there were a bunch of other people involved in it as well. So what we didn't really hear about, what were the goals of the company? I'm sure that he wasn't given, Terry wasn't given free rein to do whatever he wants. I'm sure that there were goals set up by the company, and budget was in mind. And I don't know, did they intend to set out and create, this architectural gem, or were they really looking at it from a business perspective? And how significant is that really in kind of the overall aspects of his career? I think there's other things to look at too. When we're talking about the building, we're all looking at the octagon portion of the building, but there's a lot of the building that continues down the street and turns the corner. And that is very much, budget minded. It probably doesn't meet the street very well. There's a lot of things that it doesn't do very well. So that's an indication, to look, in my mind, at least to look kind of beyond, and that there were other things at play here. So I'm more on the fence on this one. I don't really support this criteria the way I read it and understand it right now.
Okay. Yeah, Erica.
I guess first, I just wanted to clarify, should we really be referencing the staff report or the application? It seems like the staff report is kind of trying to summarize the application and maybe state agreements with it, but I think we're really trying to speak to the application. Is that correct?
Yes, and thank you for clarifying. I was, yes, you are correct. We should be referencing the application.
Okay, thanks. And I also just wanted to, point out that, yes, Terry, I'm sure was one of a team or one of a group of decision makers about this building. And it was towards the end of his career, but I read it as being essentially the culmination of his career, which I think is an important distinction to make. And that, clearly he was involved with KLZ for a long period of time, was involved with the previous building and its decision to demolish it and replace it with this building. And so I think his influence on society has been established by the application. And I think the association of this building with his influence, not to say that there weren't others who also had influence or were part of the decision making, I think that's clear. And so I agree with the application that this criterion is met.
Thanks, Erica. And I see some nodding heads. So let's move on. If nobody else has comments about B, let's move on to Criterion C. And give me some nodding heads if you agree with the applicant that this building embodies the distinctive visible characteristics of, in this case, the brutalist style. And I think this is the one that I think it really meets. If it meets any criterion, I think it definitely meets this one, but that's just me. Anyone who disagrees with that? No. And yeah, Gary.
The only comment I had to have to make here is that some of the examples of other brutalist buildings in Denver, I would not agree that all of the ones that were presented are actually brutalist.
Mm-hmm.
But clearly, there are some great examples of brutalist architecture, and I think this building fits within that group.
Thanks, Gary. And the only other comment I had is when viewing the owner's presentation, they were saying how the architects didn't emphasize a style. I would say that doesn't mean that it's not brutalist. Even if that wasn't their goal, the characteristics of this building clearly meet the character defining features that we commonly see in brutalist construction. And Erica, yeah.
I also just wanted to point out that quote that was being referenced continually by the owner and the rebuttal report is actually from a partner that joined the firm several years after this building was built and was quoted several years after he joined the firm. So while I think you make a good point, Kelly, I think it's also maybe not quite correct to be referencing his point of view on this when he wasn't involved with the project.
Thanks, Erica. Gary, did you have something to add, or were you going to make the same comment?
It was similar, but Erica's comment was stronger.
Well, it's good she chimed in first. Okay, anything else on Criterion C, or can we move forward? All right, let's move on. Criterion D, it's a significant example of the work of a recognized architect or master builder. Do you believe that the applicants adequately proved that criterion was met? And I don't know if anybody has any comment on whether the architect or the builder or both meet this criterion. Gary?
I clearly think that the architect meets the criteria, and I wanted to say a little bit about, whether someone is recognized as an architect or not. There's a lot of talented architects in the history of the United States that I never heard of that have done excellent work that is worthy of designation wherever it is. And just because I never heard of this particular firm before doesn't mean they're not recognizable. And after I read the application and the indication that this firm had done a number of TV and media studios across the country and were recognized for that, otherwise they wouldn't have done as many, I think meets the criteria that they are a recognized architect, even if I had never heard of them before.
Great point, Gary. Anything else to discuss on this matter?
Kelly, this is Brad again. I brought this up, I think, the last time as well. When I kind of look at this, the idea of the recognized architect, I agree with the master builder. I don't think that this person was a master builder, but I have a hard time with the idea of what it means to be a recognized architect. So they're also saying a significant example of this recognized architect's work. And I guess that's really what I'm looking at is when you look at some of their other work, I think they've got some projects that were stronger than this. This wasn't necessarily the strongest project that they did, looking back at some of their work. So I didn't agree with that category just because of the significant example portion of that statement. And that's probably a bit of a subjective, whether or not it's a significant example of their work or not, but that was my take on it.
Thanks, Brad. Graham, you unmuted yourself. Did you have something to?
Between what Gary and Brad have mentioned, pretty well covered. I would fall, I think, with Gary on the architecture piece. I know we ran into, I think, a similar conversation around the Carmen Court when we were talking about that as well, that there was some significance in spite of recognition there, excuse me. So just drawing a similar comparison.
Okay. Gary, did you have anything else?
Well, I actually, and I can't remember where I saw it, but I did see a number of other examples of the studios that were done by this firm. And I kind of think that the KLZ Channel 7 is among the most distinctive of some of their projects. So I think it does meet the criteria as a significant example of this firm's work.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Gary. And mainly, I think, Brad, where I see the distinction is it's not that the criterion doesn't say it has to be the most significant example, but that it is a significant example. And I think for me, the fact that the building retains its integrity shows that, it is still retaining that original design and can be a significant example of their work. So I tended to agree, Gary, with what you said.
Just for the record, the examples I saw are actually in the application. And of all those examples, I think this is the most distinctive, not knowing what else the architect did that's not in the application.
Okay, let's move on to criterion F. It represents an established and familiar feature of the neighborhood, community, or contemporary city due to its prominent location or physical characteristics. So thumbs up or nodding head if you agree. Okay, anyone disagree that wants to make a comment? No? All right.
I did want to state.
Can I just,
Go ahead, Erica.
I did want to reference, the owner representatives expressed concern about location along Speer as being kind of the main argument for this criterion being applicable. And I just wanted to make 2 points. One is that I don't think it's just that it's along Speer. I think it's the way it uses the site that it's on. As Anne has referenced, it's kind of facets facing the different streets that approach it at different angles, as well as, that it's clearly meant to be noticed from Speer. Another thing to note too, of course, is that if it was just this one criterion that made a building available or able to be designated, that would be an issue. But of course, we're needing to look at multiple criteria to consider this building to be eligible for designation. So that's just 2 points I wanted to make about that concern, which I heard from the owners, but I think there's some clear argument against that concern.
Thanks, Erica. Gary, did you have something to add?
Well, I was thinking about Kevin Lynch's book, Image of the City, and how he used I think it's 5 criteria to help define a city graphically, and landmarks is one of them, not historic landmarks, but buildings as objects that stand out as a way of wayfinding. And this building clearly does that. It does say, as you approach downtown Denver on Speer, it's unmistakable that you go by it and it's a noticeable physical landmark. And now we're talking about whether it's also a historic landmark. And so I clearly think it meets the criteria.
All right. Any other comments? All right, let's move on to the last criterion that was pointed out in the application, which is Criterion G. It promotes understanding and appreciation of the urban environment by means of distinctive physical characteristics or rarity. Does everyone find that the application met that criterion? I see some nodding heads. Anybody have a comment? Brad?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll make my comment on this one. So I think that we're hanging our hat on the idea of the rarity of the building, but promoting an understanding and appreciation of the urban environment. And like I said earlier, I think there are a lot of things that this building doesn't do well in how it relates to the urban environment. I think its relationship to Speer is and how it meets the street is tough on the side streets where it's a blank wall. And I think we have to take that into consideration. Yes, it is rare for that type. We talked about that, but does it do something other than potentially the Gary, like you were just talking about, it becomes this iconic element and you see it and where you're at, but how does it really treat kind of the micro space around it? And I don't think it does a good job there. So looking at that category, that's where I think it falls down. And that's why I didn't support this either, is because of that relationship to the urban environment.
The way I see it, that Speer is not a pedestrian thoroughfare unless you're down by the creek. That the boulevard character of Speer it's going to be automobile dominant, and any kind of pedestrian interface with any development on this site is going to occur on, I think it's Sherman and 7th, rather than along Speer. And I think what makes this building start to fit this particular criteria is that it is set back and it doesn't kind of contribute to the canyon that's kind of growing along Speer by other developments. There's a development just south of this that, I think technically might meet the pedestrian-friendly code requirements, but it's not pedestrian-friendly because the sidewalk along Speer is not pedestrian-friendly. So I think its location on Speer is difficult, and I think the fact that this building sets itself back from that provides some space between the public right of way and the built structures actually makes it sort of a more representative of how it fits in an urban context in this particular case. Not all urban contexts are the same. Urban contexts along the 16th Street Mall are considerably different than the urban context along 17th Avenue, for example. So I think in this case, Speer is a different kind of thoroughfare, different, and so the context has to be relative to that.
Anne, did you have something you wanted to say?
Well, Gary said many of the things that I would have liked to have said, and he said them very well. But I think the faceted nature of the tower, the sort of three-partite system of this, the faceted nature of the tower really lends itself to the fact that there's a park across the way, really makes it a very wonderful gateway. And then I think it just has, the sort of classic modernist idea of the object and then the connector piece and the solid piece that goes back. And actually, I've been in the building. It has a wonderful lobby. So maybe that's one of the reasons why I like it so much, is it has sort of this pilotis, up on stilts idea in the, of the glassy lobby to get into it. So even though it is really, I agree with Gary, probably, hardly anybody goes into the building and you experience it going down Spear Drive, but it's actually a very nice building to walk into as well. So.
Thanks, Anne. And I know we need to keep moving, but I do want to just circle back with Brad's comment one more time because, as part of this application, they have submitted, a period of significance. They've also submitted a map of the outline of the designation boundary that they're proposing. So Brad, you had mentioned, that a lot of what we're talking about is the octagonal portion along Speer. And so I just thought I'd bring up do we feel that this map, the designation boundary, should just be of that portion, or is the proposed designation boundary that includes that building that Brad, you were referencing, doesn't have, much fenestration or anything along the north portion of the site? Do we feel that that is an accurate boundary of what's significant historically on the site? Anyone have thoughts on that? And I know we can't redraw the boundary. I just think this is a helpful discussion as many of these owner opposed designations continue to be discussed between applicants and owners after we review it. And so I just thought I'd pose that so that everyone else on the call can hear what we think about that. Gary?
Well, I guess the way I think about this is that I would be in favor of designating the property as presented in the application, and then allow for the process to continue with an understanding that there's flexibility that we don't really even know about as to how, for example, if the applicant, if the property owner engaged in a process that demonstrated the objective of preserving what we all think is the most important part of this structure in a way that doesn't interfere with its integrity, that's something that could happen before City Council ever got to talk about it. And I don't know if that's the right way to talk about it in this conversation, but clearly I think, designate, I'd be in favor of voting for recommending the designation of this property as submitted, with the hope that better solutions can be achieved that do preserve the most important character defining component of the building assembly. I agree that the windowless structure is, in and of itself, is not something we are that fond of, but it is part of the original design. And there are ways that its preservation can be achieved in a way that meets, that would meet our, the preservation ordinance's objectives.
Mhm. Thanks, Gary. Erica?
I think Gary put it very well as far as, the kind of, maybe there's a balance to be found, but in order to move away from language of like fondness or liking a building, I guess I would just like to point out that I think the map as drawn does represent the entire criteria that is being submitted as being applicable to the significance of this property. Its history as a broadcast station, its role in the city, its association with Terry, etc. So I'll just say that I think it's appropriate for the criteria as submitted.
Great. Thanks, Erica. I think that's a good place to end and that you summarized that pretty well. So we've gone through all of the criteria. And if there's no further comments, I know we considered the historic context and the integrity as well. But if there are no comments on that, I would say let's move forward with a motion. Who's going to make the motion?
I can make the motion.
Thank you, Anne.
Madam Chair, I move to recommend approval and forward to City Council the landmark designation of 123 Spear Boulevard, application number 2021L-001, based on the landmark ordinance criteria A, B, C, D, F, and G, citing as findings of fact for this recommendation the application form, public testimony, and the March 30, 2021 staff report.
Thank you, Anne.
I'll second.
Thank you, Erica, for seconding. All right, then I will call for the vote. Brad?
Nay.
All right. Graham?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
Kelly? Aye. All right, so we have one nay, and that was Brad, and the rest were in favor, so the motion passes. And this application will be forwarded to City Council. Okay, the next item on our agenda today is that we need to set a public hearing for, let me get the address up, 150 Race Street, because there's going to be demolition more than 40% of the structure. So will someone make a motion to set the public hearing? In the agenda, it says for May 4th, 2021.
Kelly, I can make the motion.
Thank you.
I move to set a public hearing for project number 2021-LMDEMO-116 at 150 Race Street for May 4th, 2021.
Thank you, Brad. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
I think Graham beat you to it, although you were louder. All right, thank you, Graham, for seconding, and I'll call for the vote. Brad?
I'm sorry, I think I might need to make a friendly amendment because I think Brad said 116, and I believe the project number is 166, the last three digits. So just to put that in order.
Good catch,
He
Erica.
did say that.
Yep. Brad, do you
I
accept?
accept. I do. Yes.
Great. And Graham?
Yes.
All right. Good catch, Erica. Okay, so I'll call for the vote. Brad?
Aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
And Kelly? Aye. All right, so the motion passes and we will have that public hearing on May 4th. Okay, so we're going to move into our design review projects. The process is up on the screen. For those of you joining us via computer, you can see it. I'll go ahead and announce the project, and then staff will introduce the application. This is very similar to how the public hearing worked. So staff will make their presentation, followed by the applicant presentation. You'll have up to 10 minutes, and then we'll move into the public comment period. Now, that's 2 minutes per person instead of 3, which we had in the hearing. So 2 minutes per person for public comments. After that, the commission will move into deliberation and make a motion and vote. So the first project we have for design review today is 2021-COA-082 at 1290 William Street, the Tiers McFarland House. So Jesse.
Okay, let me try and click to the next slide. Okay,
Oh.
so the tiers.
I need to recuse myself from this conversation because I was party to a presentation by the applicant to Historic Denver in my role on their easement committee. I had an opportunity to say a few things which would probably disqualify me from voting on this.
Okay.
Kelly, I've been invited, or Spectrum has as part of an invitation to bid, so I should recuse myself on this one as well.
Okay, thanks. Now, let's see. So we still have 5 people, so we can still.
Yep. So I will move Graham and Gary over to attendee. They don't have any video and they don't have any microphones, so they can't influence the vote.
All right, good. I was worried about them influencing us. Just kidding. Okay, thanks, Jesse. Take it away.
Sure. So the Tiers McFarland House is located on the north end of Cheeseman Park and is an individual landmark. The structure was approved for a PUD in 2019, which allows that outlines the allowable heights, which is 20 feet. It outlines the setbacks, which is 10 feet away from the primary street and 1 feet away from the side and rear setbacks of the lot, and building configurations, which are a max of 3,500 square feet. In addition, the PUD and the individual landmark status requires that all changes to the site and the building receive landmark review. And landmark will be reviewing this today's project through the two-step infill process. The application will first be reviewed through phase 1 mass form and contacts, which you will be doing today. Additionally, Historic Denver does hold an easement on the property and will be reviewing the project as well. Historic Denver provided a letter regarding the proposed project, a copy of which was submitted to you yesterday via email. So you have that to review if you need to. Okay. So the applicant is requesting to demolish a non-historic freestanding structure known as the Annex on the southeast portion of the lot. The Annex was constructed in 1980 and is an 1,875 square foot structure. The applicant is requesting to construct a new freestanding structure in its place. In your application itself, there are additional items other than the photographs up on the screen currently that outline the date of construction for this structure. Okay, so the structure will be a 2,200 square foot L-shaped building that measures 52 feet 4 1/8 inch by 56 feet 10 3/4 of an inch, meeting this max square footage of 3,500 square feet required and outlined in the PUD. The building meets the required setback outlined in the PUD. And the portion of the structure at the southeast corner facing onto Cheeseman Park will be mostly a glassy structure with windows and doors that fit the proportions of the windows and doors on the Tiers McFarland House. The portion of the structure that faces the alley will be mostly a solid portion of the structure with clear story windows that align with the transom windows on the Cheeseman Park facing portion of the structure. The structure is set back from the front of Tiers McFarland House and features an overall mass and form that is sympathetic and subordinate to the primary structure. The proposed structure will be 19 feet in height, meeting the 20-foot height maximum requirement outlined in the PUD. The new structure will feature a hipped roof with a deck matching the roof form of the Tiers McFarland house. The proposed building is mostly glassy in appearance as outlined before, allowing the new structure to not obstruct views onto the Tiers McFarland house and allowing it to be visually subordinate to the individually designated structure. Additional details on the materials will be covered during design details phase of this project. Okay, so the new building will also feature door and window proportions like those found on the Tiers McFarland house, allowing the new building to be compatible with the historic structure without being overly replicative. Here's a demonstration of that relationship or compatibility that was included in your application packet. And then finally, pictured here are some renderings of the proposed building for the Commission's review. Staff is recommending approval of this application as proposed, as the proposed infill is compatible with and subordinate to the Tiers McFarland house. The applicant has met the requirements outlined by the PUD and the landmark design guidelines. And landmark staff is specifically citing guideline 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.7, 4.8, 4.9, and 4.11.
Great. Thank you, Jesse. Are there any questions for staff?
I have a question. Jesse, the Historic Denver letter that we received had a couple recommendations about stepping back at the northern portion. Have those already been incorporated into this, or is that something that is new information that needs to be incorporated? Because I see it says, next sentence down says failure to comply would render this conditional consent null and void. So I wondered if that was already dealt with, or if that could be a question for the applicant too.
I don't believe that those have been addressed. The representative for Historic Denver is here today, so they can probably clarify on that portion of the letter. Staff was not concerned with the overall configuration, as that more solid portion is along, again, an alleyway and is not readily visible from public vantage points. So we didn't feel that it necessarily had to be stepped back, but again, you're more than welcome to ask that question to the representative from Historic Denver or the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Good question, Brad. Any other questions? Nope. All right, then let's hear from the applicants. I believe they've already been promoted. So you can unmute yourself when you're ready. You'll have up to 10 minutes, and please start with your names and addresses for the record. Thanks. And I think you're still on mute.
Unmute up there. Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, thank you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
I've got a mask on. Erin and I are in the office today, so we're still being good with our mask wearing. But I'm Sarah Brown with Simple Brown Design. And this is Erin Anderson, associate in our firm. And we've been working with City Streets Properties and the Tiers McFarland Chun neighborhood group for probably 3 years now. And we feel really great about the solution that we've come up with because, you know, it's always a sensitive design challenge to add a new structure adjacent to a very significant historic structure. And we feel like the solution of this sort of a gable conservatory architectural style feels very compliant with what you would, typically see with a historic mansion, with a building on the same site. And the glassy facade really feels like a garden space that could be part of that kind of conservatory look. And it allowed us also to incorporate a gable roof, which, as Jesse did a great job of presenting our package, shows the relationship to the existing historic mansion's gable roof. And part of the rationale for doing that as well was on this kind of the building facing the alley is what we call a back of the house building. It's a supportive building because of the kitchen equipment required for servicing this cafe will be in that structure. And this mansard or gabled roof really allows us to hide any kind of rooftop equipment, and that you will have rooftop fans and exhaust fans and so forth that we're going to be able to hide. But I think that the process has been great. We're really excited about the use of the building. I think it really will activate the Tears McFarland Mansion, and really will become a great addition to the site. Did we figure out anything?
I think you said everything. I think, thank you, Jesse, for presenting. It's been great working with you. And I think we're open to any questions you guys have of us. Maybe Brad is raising his hand there.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Brad, do you want to repeat your question? And you're on mute right now.
There, can you hear me now? Yep. I'll just follow up with the question I had previously. The comments that we received from Historic Denver talk about stepping back the northern portion. And I don't know if you guys have looked at those, but I wondered if this already reflected some of those changes, or what are the considerations you're looking at to comply with their requirements?
We did recently receive the letter. We did our presentation a couple of weeks ago and did receive the letter. We feel like we do comply with the subordinate structure request. One of the, I hope that everybody understands that we are allowed to build up to 3,500 square feet. We are actually building 2,200 square feet because we are very sensitive about the sight lines to the historic mansion and didn't want to encroach on that. If we were to step back this back building, we have some constraints from the site standpoint into, we don't want to push too closely to the mansion, and to lose square footage on a building that's already just 2,200 square feet that's servicing a smallish cafe will really be operationally difficult. So I think we can, through materials and fenestration and just some slight moves, we can kind of create that break and that and reach a compromise with the request. But we really are hard pressed to take square footage out of that back of house area because it's already so small because of our constraints. But to answer your question, Brad, this package was submitted to Landmarks a couple of months ago, right. And this does not reflect any kind of or doesn't address any of the comments that was from Historic Denver. So.
Okay, thank you.
And Shannon Stage is attending the meeting, so if you guys are okay with that, I'll ask her to unmute herself, and then Shannon, you can unmute whenever you're ready and answer that question as well.
Do we do that as part of the public comment period though, or just?
Well, but if their comment is something that is a question, I think that should be a part of the, okay. They should answer that question. Yeah.
Great.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Well, thank you so much for letting me address those questions from Brad and addressing our letter. Historic Denver is overall approving this package of the mass form context. But, you know, we as Historic Denver, this is an easement, which is separate from the landmark process. So we did go through this process actually with not a lot of time. As they mentioned, they did show us the presentation a couple weeks ago, and only gave us so much time to work with our committee to review the package and then try to get them comments back. And unfortunately weren't able to communicate with them before today's Landmark Preservation Commission, and we continue to have that conversation. But that easement review process, of course, we work with a committee, as Gary mentioned, he was a part of that and why he recused himself today. And the committee overall is made up of 5+ individuals, and they felt strongly about some of the design qualities and wanted to express this to the applicants and hoped they take that into consideration as they move forward into the second package of the design and materials. And so that is what is reflected in our letter. The idea of a setback was one way to differentiate the two sections of the annex, and wanted to get that idea across to the applicants as one way, as well as materials being another option for differentiation of the annex portion that's closer to the park compared to the back of a house kind of kitchen area portion of the annex, which we understand that materials package is a part of the second package that is not a part of today's, but did address that in our letter, saying that our approval of this package is conditioned on the second package of materials. So just kind of trying to clarify that as best as we could, that we get that package pretty early, so we had more time to review than we did in this instance, to be able to have those conversations to really talk through that with the applicant and owner, as well as the landmark staff, and making sure that all of our decisions are aligning as well. But we did want to express these concerns. But again, since it is a different review process than the landmark staff and today's LPC, we can continue to have those conversations with the owners and the architect, but wanted to make sure that the LPC had our comments before today's hearing. So if you have any more questions, happy to talk about that.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. I just have one follow-up question, and that's, it sounds like your recommendations or the conditions by the easement committee are either stepping it back or material change. So even if we were to find this to meet the guidelines today, understanding you have a separate process that you're undergoing, that wouldn't be in conflict with that moving forward, because it's the mass could be considered acceptable if they change some details in materiality, right?
Yes, most likely, yes. As speaking for the whole committee, I can't say 100%, but most likely, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Shannon? Okay, any other questions for the applicants? No? All right, thanks so much for your time. Let's move into our public comment period. And just a reminder, if anybody's joined us recently, if you're joining us via computer, please use the hand raise function or button in Zoom, and we'll call on you for public comment. And if you're joining by phone, you'll need to email landmark@denvergov.org to let us know that you would like to provide a comment. So Jen, I see some people have been moved over already.
Yep, there's no hands raised.
Okay.
And there's no one on the telephone right now, so they would not be emailing us.
Gotcha. Okay. So there are no public comments? I'm surprised because I saw a couple of people move on there. I thought they had a comment. Okay, never mind then. Then let's move into deliberation. What was everybody's thoughts? Brad, do you want to start?
Yep, I'll start. I I thought the project did a really nice job meeting the guidelines. I agreed with the staff recommendations. So for me, it's pretty straightforward. I think it's a nice project, and I look forward to seeing it in the design development phase, design detail phase.
Great. Anne, did you have a comment?
Yes. I think there are many really lovely things about this project. However, I do not think that it meets criteria 4.2, locate a new building to respect the alignment of historic building facades and entrances and surrounding context. I find that the bar, the east-west bar, has no relationship whatsoever to the bay window or the end of the main structure. And to me, it seems like a really beautiful project that was actually designed for a different site. And when I look at the site plan and I look at the area, the amount of space that's taken up by all of the handicapped parking and the extra ramp, which really seems lovely, I wonder if there isn't a way of relocating that to someplace else and putting the mass of the mass of the new construction entirely to the side, or at a much shorter L to the original building. But I just don't see how it respects the bay window of the existing structure.
And so, Anne, are you looking at page 12 of 15? Is that a good view for us to look at to talk about that?
I keep the one that I'm looking at is there are many packages in this. It's package number 1, the last sheet. If we can pull that up, which shows, it's called the proposed site plan. And maybe there's another plan someplace else that somebody else can find. But that's the one that I'm looking at because that's the one I pulled up.
Okay.
And maybe if someone could pull it up, we can look at it.
Gotcha. I was just looking at it in elevation, but that makes sense. So your concern is that it's encroaching on that bay window area.
Exactly. I mean, this is an unusual building, and I have to say, I love everything about the idea of this, but it sort of has this is a great example. It sort of has two faces because I don't know about anyone else. I walk in Cheeseman Park all the time and I look at this. And when I see this, that structure, the east-west structure, just doesn't seem like it has any respect at all for the house, not even the elevation, not only in height, but also just in sort of how it ends. Not to say that it's not really a beautiful piece and a wonderful idea.
What did everybody else think? Are there concerns about the siting?
Madam Chair, this is Julie. I actually didn't have any until Anne mentioned that, but she's absolutely right about the bay window and the area in the back. It doesn't seem to have, it's very much its own entity, which I think is kind of counterintuitive to what we're trying to do here. It is a beautiful building proposed, absolutely. But yeah, I'm a little bit worried about what it does to that bay window area.
Erica, what were your thoughts?
I'm a little torn. I think I was like Julie in that I didn't have an issue, but I do appreciate Anne's pointing this out. There's obviously, because it's on the park and you have different ways of approaching it, there are different approaches that maybe, create an issue with the bay window and others that don't. Say coming from the west and going east, I think there's plenty of opportunity to still see the bay window. And so I guess I don't feel strongly enough about it to go against the application. I think I still support it because there is still the opportunity to understand that bay window and its placement on the building, and it's overlooking the park from that west side. There's still plenty of open space on that side, and I'm not quite sure how else to help them accommodate their needs for the program. So I guess I would, while I appreciate Anne's comment, I think I still find it meets the design guidelines well enough to support.
I agree with you, Erica, and Anne, I totally get what you're saying, because when you do look at the elevation from the park, the building is, in front of that bay window, which is a great feature. But these buildings that have no back are really challenging. And so we've got 13th Avenue, and it's not even fronting 13th Avenue. So there's the front of the building on the west side, 13th Avenue on the north side, and then the park on the south. So, I mean, they have positioned it along the alley, which I appreciate. And I think that meets our guidelines. I also think since it's a very glass structure and it's not touching the historic, it's not damaging the bay window, and it is 10 feet off of the wall from the bay window. So there is a little bit of breathing. So I think, although I would be supportive of a smaller addition that didn't block a smaller structure that didn't block the bay window, I'm okay supporting this one, because I do think it meets our guidelines and doesn't damage that historic component or feature.
I just would like to say, I'm looking specifically at guideline 4.2. And so do you think it meets guideline 4.2, which is not about, isn't specific to a face of the building, it's how the addition respects the alignment of the building.
Yes, I have been looking specifically at that guideline, and I think that from the Western approach that it does, and I'm not sure how, at some point coming from the East, no matter how small it is, you're not going to see there, assuming that anything that came up to the parcel line at the park, it would block the view of the historic building. So that's why I guess I feel like it meets guideline 4.2 well enough.
I agree. I also think that page 12 of 15 of the mass form and context packet shows the south elevation and how they're trying to align with the historic structure. So in my mind, that helps it meet guideline 4.2. And that's the one where they talk about the roof slope, maintaining the horizontal datum, and matching the window proportions. Which I understand some of those hit on 4.2 and some don't. There's a separate guideline for windows, but yeah. Any other thoughts on guideline 4.2? No?
Nope.
Any other comments? Anne, did you have any other thoughts? No?
I guess maybe, can I ask a question as far as the PUD, which I was not on the commission at the time that was reviewed. I'm not sure, I'm not super familiar with what it says, but it sounds like, based on the staff report, that this meets the setback requirements that were already approved in the PUD. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I did outline those. PUDs aren't necessarily reviewed by the commission, so this was approved separately. But those setbacks do, or excuse me, the setbacks are in the PUD and the application has met those setback requirements. Additionally, that PUD does outline that it has to go through landmark review. So you're not only just using the PUD setback requirements, but also the guidelines at this point too.
Thanks for clarifying.
Good point. Okay. If there's no further discussion, sounds like everybody's gone silent. Then who wants to make the motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion. I move to approve application number 2021-COA-082 for the demolition of a non-historic structure in Phase 1, mass, form, and context at 1290 William Street as per design guidelines 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.7, 4.8, 4.9, 4.11, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thank you, Julie. Do we have a second?
A second.
I second.
Thanks, Erica. I think you beat Brad to it. All right, then I'll call for the vote. Brad.
Aye.
Let's see, gotta skip over a couple of people. Julie.
Aye.
Erica.
Aye.
Anne.
Nay.
Kelly. Aye. Okay, so we have 4 in favor, or yeah, in favor, and 1 opposed, and that being Anne. So in this case, the motion does not pass. Jen, did you have a comment?
No, I wanted to say that as well.
So I guess my first question before we just say, oh, this didn't pass, is, and I assume this wouldn't make a difference, but if the motion didn't include guideline 4.2, because technically you don't have to meet every single guideline in the whole book. I mean, we have a lot of guidelines that this design is meeting. Would that change your mind at all, or?
No, I think the issue is that the addition does not respect the footprint of the existing building. And whether it's a guideline, I mean, it happens to be a guideline, so I'm going to stay with that. I think there are other ways of organizing the site to be subordinate to the existing building. And I'm sorry that there aren't more commissioners on to have this discussion, but I believe it does not meet guideline 4.2.
Thanks, Anne. That's totally fair. So since that is the case, then, and Nate, correct me if I'm wrong, it's maintained status quo. So it'll have to come back to the commission at a future date.
Yeah, that's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anything else we need to discuss, Jen or Nate? Because I don't think we'll get to a motion that will pass. No. Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry we didn't have a larger commission here, but we need 5 votes to pass a motion. So just for everyone who's on the line, since we only had 5 voting, that was the issue. So that motion did not pass, and we'll go ahead and see you again when there's a resubmittal to review. All right, the next project on design review, and let's let Gary and Graham rejoin since they were recused for that project. So we'll wait for them to get back on the line. All right, we've got both of them. All right, so the next project on design review is 2021-COA-115, and it's at 451 Cherokee Street. And Crystal will be presenting.
Yep. Let me see if I can control the screen. There we go. Okay, so this is for 451 North Cherokee Street. So the applicant's proposing to construct a new tandem house slash infill single family residence on an existing zone lot. The primary structure is located at 450 Delaware Street. You can see it kind of in gray on the site plan here. This is located in the Baker Neighborhood Historic District, and the applicant's proposing to demolish an existing garage and in its place put up this new infill structure that's being designed in the Queen Anne style, and will have 2-story massing. So here you can see heights of existing properties, neighboring properties on the Cherokee side of the block. They also have a streetscape study showing how the new Queen Anne design fits in with the overall, with the character defining features of the Baker neighborhood. The overall height of the new structure is proposed at 25 feet 9 inches, which is slightly shorter than the existing structure on the lot that stands at 28 feet 11 3/4 inches, but faces onto Delaware. The nearby structures on the block face that you can see here stand at varying heights of 20 feet, 22 feet, and 24 feet. However, there are other 2-story structures across the street from this and in the surrounding context, so staff is supportive of the proposed height of the structure. So here's the compatibility demonstration showing how the proposed design fits in with other Queen Anne style structures with nested gables in the Baker neighborhood district. And then here are photos of the existing primary structure located on Delaware Street at the top, and as well as a picture of the existing garage that's going to be demolished. And then the bottom shows you the existing structure's height, which is that 28 feet 11 inches, and then the new proposed structure's height of 25 feet 9 inches. And so here you can see 2 elevations. To the right is the front facade elevation of the new structure, showing that 2-story Queen Anne style nested gable design with a 1-story porch and a half-light front door. A triple window at the first floor with 2 narrow windows flanking the one wider center window, as well as gable returns at the eaves, was requested by the Baker Historic Neighborhood Association and has been accommodated in the design. And to the left, you can see the rear elevation that has that wood overhead roll-up door and some atypical window patterns. However, these will not be visible from the street as they're located at the rear of the structure. And then here are the proposed side elevations with in-wall dormers, as well as some smaller rectangular windows. And then finally, here's isometric of the infill design on the left with an isometric kind of showing how the house is going to look in line with the new houses on the Cherokee Street facade. So the proposed infill structure's overall mass, width, and front gabled roof design is characteristic of the district and matches historic proportions. Therefore, staff is recommending approval. That's it.
Thanks, Crystal. Are there any questions for staff?
I did have a question. This is Erica.
Sure.
Do you know the date of construction of the garage? It doesn't look like it dates to the period of significance, but I just thought it would be something that should be noted.
I think I did look it up, and it was not during the period of significance. I think it was added after when I looked at Sanborn maps, but I couldn't find an exact date. Okay.
All right. Any other questions for staff? No? Okay, can we promote the applicant or applicants, plural? And you can go ahead and unmute yourself and start whenever you're ready. Please start with your name and address for the record, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Hi, this is Carrie Barron. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm the architect and applicant and for the project. And this site had a few challenges that we really worked hard to accommodate with adding a second primary structure to this lot. One that would meet the needs of the one story or one single family home, but also address different things with the heights and massing. In terms of one thing I wanted to mention is that in studying this lot and looking at its parameters, we will have to go for a variance from zoning in terms of coverage because it does go over coverage. The allowable coverage on the site would be not much bigger than the existing garage was. So that's just to give you a context of what we had available. So we had that challenge, and then we really worked hard to get the height down along the way with Crystal. I thought the comments along the way were great. We were able to work with a two-story structure that we did not want it to overwhelm the street that it was on, but also keeping in mind that across the street we had the homes are a little bit higher, and also that the existing house on Delaware is even taller. Wanted to keep that scale down in relation to that. And looking at the gable roof form, the nested gable seemed to work really well with keeping the scale down and kind of breaking up the mass along the street. And it's a common form in Baker. And then it allowed the entry to pop out a little bit better and relate better to the adjacent residences along that street. Excuse me. And we're not getting into details with materials, but we did want to relate to that as well, using the texture of the shingles and simple detailing with stucco and gable forms as well. And let me see. Right, I think I hit on all of the additional comments, and Crystal did a good job at summarizing the project. So
Great, thank you so much. Are there any questions for the applicant? Great. All right. Or Brad, did you have a question?
Yeah, I actually was just thinking about this, but you had mentioned that you had some lot coverage issues. Is that anything that we need to consider for this meeting, or have you already been able to work through and resolve all of those, and that's kind of behind you, I guess, is just the question.
we did submit for the zoning only application, and in part to get that started. They are aware that we're in this process currently with Landmark, but we also wanted to see if there was anything else that would affect the form, obviously as we go through this process. But that is not resolved 100%. We wanted to go through this first infill application, and then get feedback from you guys, and then go back and pursue the variance.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you for your time. Are there any public comments on this project? And please use the hand raise button. Or
I don't see any hands raised.
do we have any people by phone joining?
No
us?
phone right now.
Then I will not keep repeating the instructions for public comment by phone. Okay, since we don't have any public comments on this project, let's move into deliberation. What did all the commissioners think? Okay, I'm gonna call on someone. Anne, what'd you think?
I think it looks like a very nice project, and I would support this application. I'm a little worried about the zoning and the fact that we haven't been asked to do an administrative adjustment. So that's the only part, but I think it seems like it's a nice project. The scale of it seems very nice. The detailing is very nice.
Great, thanks, Anne. I agree. And you brought up a good comment. So this question for staff, can we even recommend an administrative adjustment for lot coverage, or is it only for bulk plane violations? And
yeah, it would be a recommendation of a variance to Board of Adjustment.
So
okay.
it wouldn't involve us.
It wouldn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. So we can't be a part of that discussion anyway. All right. Anybody else have comments on this, or are we all in agreement? Okay. Ian said it best. Who's going to make the motion?
This is Brad. I can make the motion. I move to approve application number 2021-COA-115 for the mass, form, and context of the proposed infill at 451 Cherokee Street as per presented testimony, submitted documentation, guidelines 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.7, 4.8, the Baker neighborhood character defining features, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thank you, Brad. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Erica. All right. Let's call for the vote. Brad.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Julie.
Aye.
Gary.
Aye.
Erica.
Aye.
Anne.
Aye.
Kelly. Aye. All right, the motion passes unanimously and the project is approved. We'll see you back for your phase 2 submittal with design details. Next project on the agenda is 2021-COA-122 at 3052 Champa Street. And Abby, take it away.
Good afternoon. So this is a mass form and context review for a new single family residence as well as a rear ADU. The application also includes an administrative adjustment request for bulk plane. So the LVC previously reviewed a combined application for 3052 and 3056 Champa. So you can see there on the map, they're the two that are in dark black. So just to give you some idea of context, located on the DHA site, which you've been seeing many properties lately, and located directly across from Curtis Park. So these are paired projects, but when they were previously reviewed by the LPC, the commission at that time they were identical designs, and the commission recommended that the two designs be differentiated. That has been done, and so this project is now divided into two separate applications. Okay, so I just wanted, for context, to give you some idea of how the project has evolved. So the design that you see on the left is what you previously reviewed, and this was denied at the commission meeting on January 19th. earlier this year. And then you have on the right is the new and revised design. So comments by the commission at the previous meeting included that the proposed infill didn't show any connection to other homes in the district or the district spirit, needed to incorporate details and proportions from the district, more study of the district was needed. At that time, the district was not supportive of the administrative adjustment request for height, saying that it was going to exceed over 4 feet over the minimum height, or sorry, the maximum height of 30 feet. And the commission felt that there was not justification shown for that. They felt, the overall design just felt too tall. Concerned with the fenestration, felt that historic structures and district feature facade bearing walls, and the infill should maintain this appearance and needed to incorporate historic fenestration patterns. Commission felt that the relationship of the porch to the house needed work, felt that the brick cladding at the top of the front gable projection was not appropriate and too heavy and didn't follow district patterns, and said that if modern forms are going to be used, they needed to be a modern interpretation of historic structures, which the commission felt that the design on the left was not. There were also some additional staff feedback to the applicants, including staff recommended adding an eave overhang, simplifying the ADU design, including the roof form and the fenestration, using more regular window proportions and orientations on the side of the building, and removing skylights that were located very close to the facade. So the applicant has been working very closely with staff as well as the R&O, and as you can see here, has made significant revisions to the design. So staff finds that the applicant has effectively addressed the comments, and we are recommending approval today. The R&O has also reviewed this current design and is also recommending approval.
Great.
So here is just go quickly, it's long meeting, so I'll go quickly through kind of the elements of what, see a little bit more of what has changed. So they've added a lot of additional context, really looking at studying the neighborhood and how it relates. So you can see here, there's no, as we know, DHA lot doesn't have any immediate context. So they've studied the adjacent blocks and other properties in the neighborhood, really looking for some kind of comparison properties to model off of. Here then you have the facade, and so then want to talk a little bit about the administrative adjustment request. So the applicant had previously requested an administrative adjustment for height and bulk plane, proposing a design that was 33 feet 4 inches tall, which exceeded the max height and also the bulk plane. So the height has now been lowered to just below 30 feet, but it exceeds the bulk plane by 6 inches. So it's just over the bulk plane. So this application includes a request for the administrative adjustment for bulk plane. That bulk plane is shown with a dotted line. It's a little faint here to see, but you could also refer to that in your packet. Staff recommends support of this request since the proposed roof form is compatible with the district and the adjustment needed is minimal. When the applicant was working through various design revisions, they did at one point propose a version of the design without a raised foundation in order to try to get that height reduced further, but staff felt that that was not compatible with the district, that houses in Curtis Park do generally have raised foundations, so we felt that keeping that raised foundation was a key feature. So some of the revisions you can see on the facade, they've totally revised the fenestration. The large window wall is replaced with individual windows. They've revised the porch design and added an eave overhang to the roof. So windows are now incorporated at a ratio similar to nearby historic structures. Facade features a single fixed arch window on the first floor, 2 sash windows above, and a triangular window in the gable end. Though the triangular window is not characteristic of the district, it does echo in glass some of the decorative wood elements found within gable ends historically. And the simplified porch form is compatible with the district, and staff feels it provides a modern interpretation of historic forms. A balcony is inset into the porch above the entrance. Similarly placed balconies can be found on other historic structures in the district. Though these do not appear to be original features, it appears that they may have been done within the period of significance of the district. And staff does find that by insetting the balcony, that helps to reduce its visibility. So here you have the other sides. So you can see here, so in order to get that height down, they eliminated a half story and moved access to the roof deck from the interior of the property to this rear spiral staircase. They eliminated skylights that were located very close to the facade, and they put in a much more regular window fenestration on the side elevations. So the infill does combine, as you can see here, kind of gable, hipped, and flat roof forms. The primary roof is kind of hipped on the front, turning into a gable at the end. Flat roof is used at the rear to enable a rear roof deck. Due to its placement at the rear, the flat roof will have minimal visibility. Flat roofs are found in the surrounding historic context, so they're not typically combined with a pitched roof, except in the case of a flat roof addition to a pitched roof structure, which this just kind of resemble then. So, and then finally, the ADU. So it's a very simple ADU structure. They've simplified the roof form, have more regular fenestration. There are some blank walls, but this isn't going to have high visibility. So staff finds that the ADU as proposed is the form is compatible with the district. Obviously, this is the part one. So all the materials that you see here and any design details, this is just all conceptual at the moment. So this is just the mass and form today, and this will come back to you for design detail.
Thanks, Abby. Are there any questions for staff? No? Okay, let's hear from the applicant. Go ahead and unmute yourself when you're ready. Please start with your name and address, and you have up to 10 minutes.
And this is Nathan Lonick, the owner, one of the owners. My brother Cam Lonick had the other lot. Just wanted to say thanks to the city staff for working with us and the neighborhood organization. And I think Anthony, our architect, should be online, and I'll let him take over the presentation.
Hey, Nathan, thank you. This is Anthony Reese, the architect. I'm at 215 South Wadsworth Boulevard in Lakewood, Colorado. I think Abigail did a great job kind of going through the revisions to the project. As she mentioned, we work closely with her and the RNO to make these changes, and we're all pretty happy with them. I think the only thing I really want to address is the bulk plane exception. As Abigail touched on, we are lower than the 30-foot height limit, and typically lots might be a little bit wider than we have. We're on a pretty narrow lot with only 3-foot setbacks. So that's really kind of the driving factor on why we're exceeding the bulk plane to that small degree here. And we've also kept the raised porch, a 9-foot ceiling on the main floor. And, we've gone down to even a 7'9" wall plate on the upper level underneath this gabled and hipped roof to help also bring that height down. So, a typical floor plate would be about 8 foot 1 inches. So we're, 4 inches below that, but we do have volume in the ceiling to make up for it. Let's see. Yeah, that's all I really have to say. So I'm happy to answer any questions if that's part of the process here. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Are there any questions for the applicants? No? All right, sounds like everything's clear. Thanks for your time. We'll open it up for public comment. Are there any comments?
Yep. We've got Keith Pryor who has his hand raised, and Keith, you are allowed to unmute yourself whenever you're ready.
Great. Keith Pryor, 2418 Champa Street, Curtis Park Design Review Chair. We have worked diligently and took to heart the Commission's concerns. And I think that working with the applicants, we've come up with a really nice design that really addresses all of the Commission's concerns from the original application. We feel the applicant has addressed all of the concerns that the Commission has and has related it more to a Queen Anne style that is typical of the district, but yet makes it of its time and really works and is very compatible with the district. And so we definitely do support the mass and scale and ask the Commission to support this application and move it forward to design review. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any other public comment?
We have Sue Glassmacher, who I just allowed you to unmute yourself whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I think this is a very good design and very reflective of the Queen Anne style in Curtis Park, but definitely modern. And I think that it will read well. It's got a lot of exposure. It can be seen 2 blocks away over the park. So I think this is a very good design, successful. The one thing I have a concern about is the bay window at the bottom. And I think it's too wide and out of proportion. Just, I think, width. But I'd like to hear you comment on that. So that's it for me. I think they did a good job.
Thanks. Sue, could we get your address for the record?
Oh, 1037 29th Street, Denver, Colorado.
Thanks. Any other?
I don't see any other hands raised, and we don't have anyone on the phone, so no.
Great. All right, let's move into deliberation then. And I was out the day that you guys reviewed this previously, so I'd love to hear what's everybody's thoughts.
Kelly, this is Graham. I'll jump in and say I think a lot of positive changes were made for sure, and agree with the staff report, and am glad to hear that the R&O was involved in that also. I think the one place that I still have a little bit of a hang up, and is maybe something more for the phase 2 conversation, so this might just be a friendly comment, but I think the large kind of transom window in the gable end, while I understand it's working to be a contemporary component or a differentiator that way, I don't feel like it quite hits on guideline 4.8, talking about windows and doors with similar proportions to those in the historic district, or contemporary window patterns and designs respecting character and portions. So I think that gable form is definitely strong in the Queen Anne style, but introducing glass there is something that I'm curious to hear what the other commissioners think as well. Otherwise, I think a lot of really great refinements to this one, and appreciated seeing that.
Thanks, Graham. Yeah, Gary.
I agree with what Graham is saying. I don't think that triangular window shape is compatible with the rest of the massing of the building. I think a window can be placed there, but it would need to be a window that is more in character with the Queen Anne massing. And I think regarding Sue Glassmacher's comment about the the window on the first floor, and I guess this is maybe more for the next submittal, but to take that opening and maybe subdivide it, not necessarily making it smaller, but to subdivide it in a way that's more compatible with the character of the Queen Anne style would be helpful.
This is Erica. I would just like to add that I agree with what both Gary and Graham have said. especially, and I was glad to hear Sue's comment about the first window. I think there's opportunity to divide it up, and maybe that resolves the issue of its largeness. I'm not against a triangular window in the gable face, and I know we're not talking about materials here, but I'm trying to find the right balance between that and what appears to be what the applicant is going to have in the gable face as material brick. I'm concerned that if that triangular window were made smaller, if they're doing brick, I would have a concern about that, the face of the brick becoming, the field of the brick becoming larger, because that was definitely a concern I had with the previous design. So I guess I'd just like to add that as it may be something we should discuss.
Yeah, any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, Kelly, this is Brad. I mean, I guess when I wasn't so concerned with the triangular window up there. I think it was a representation of a form that you see at the end of the gable in Queen Anne. So I understand what Gary and Graham were saying, but I think this is a modern interpretation of that form. So I didn't personally have a negative reaction to it.
Yeah, Anne.
Hi, this is Anne. I have to say my first reaction also was about the large triangular window. And I think my concern about it is that it makes the brick around it look like wallpaper. Because if you think about the number of cuts you would have to make, because remember, people are not using thin brick. This is full-size brick. Just how you actually make that and how you make that little transom piece in, I think would be very difficult. And, maybe one idea that would work better for the applicant, a friendly suggestion, is just to change materials, because often we see up in that gable end some kind of a siding material, and maybe that would actually resolve both my issue with the brick looking like wallpaper and the buildability of some kind of an unusual, and often we see unusual window forms up there. There are lots of sort of very fanciful window types that you see in those gable ends. And I think it's a great idea and a great precedent, but I just think doing it in brick maybe is not the best idea.
I think that's a great recommendation. And I know, we're not reviewing material, but I think that's helpful so that the applicant can look at that moving forward. When I first saw it, the triangular windows, what I'm referring to, I was like, whoa, that's odd. But I think that the applicant did provide sufficient study of how they're relating to the patterns found in the district. And so in reviewing the packet, I did feel that they made a good argument for this being a modern interpretation of things found in the district. So overall, I'm supportive of the mass form and context.
Kelly, I'll jump in and say again too, I think, in light of Anne's comments and others, that seeing this come back for part two, I'm definitely comfortable with the overall mass and form.
Great. I see a lot of nodding heads. So it sounds like we're in agreement and maybe we can move forward with the motion. Looks like a lot of progress was made since the last time it came through. So applaud the applicant for that. Who's going to make a motion?
I can make a motion.
Thanks, Graham.
You bet. All right, I move to approve application 2021-COA-122 for the mass form and context of the proposed infill at 3052 Champa Street as per design guidelines 4.1 through 4.5, 4.7, 4.8, 4.15 through 4.19, character defining features for the Curtis Park Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report. I also move to recommend an administrative adjustment for bulk plane per section 12.4.5.3 of the Denver zoning code, finding that conformance to the requirements of the zoning code would have an adverse impact upon the historic structure and surrounding district.
Thanks, Graham. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Gary. All right, I will call for the vote. Brad,
Aye.
Graham,
Aye.
Julie,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
Erica,
Aye.
Anne,
Aye.
and Kelly. Aye. All right, so we have a unanimous vote and the project is approved for phase 1 mass form and context. We'll see you back for phase 2. Okay, the next project on design review today is 2020. Oh, yeah, Anne.
Could I request a 5-minute break?
Oh, yeah. Let's do that. So quick bathroom break and we'll reconvene shortly. Erica, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I will need to step away for the next meeting item, but I will be back after that. So apologies.
Okay, thanks, Erica. Erica had to was going to miss out on this project anyway, right? So, and we've got Brad. Great. So I think we've got everybody commissioner-wise back. So let's go ahead and restart the meeting so we can keep moving. All right. So next up we have project number 2021-COA-123 at 3056 Champa Street. So right next to the previous project. Abby.
Okay, so I'm going to move through this one very quickly since it's pretty much identical to the previous one. They've just made tweaks to the facade. So during the previous review of this project, we spoke a lot about, sister houses in the neighborhood, what was appropriate as far as either having identical houses or tweaking them. And the commission felt that, just some small variation could make a big difference. And staff supports this. This really follows district patterns. There's both a lot of historic houses that are very similar, but with small tweaks, and a lot of the other infill that's been approved in Curtis Park has followed the same model of, being largely, using the same footprint and form, but making some tweaks in material and fenestration and decoration in order to give, individual identity. So you'll see here all the same except for the facade and the fenestration. Here you can see again that original design. They both had the same original design. This one, whereas the other one went for the 2 windows with the arched window, this has gone just for 3 windows. Kind of the tall, narrow windows that are characteristic of Curtis Park on each level there. So they've also done extensive, kind of analysis of the neighborhood, looking for models and, kind of drawing from the neighborhood for inspiration for this design. This one has the same issue with that 6 inches into the bulk plane. So they're asking for this one for an administrative adjustment as well. And the other, everything else is the same. The ADU this is the same and the sides are the same. So I don't think I need to go over the stuff that we just went over for the last one. So I'll leave it there. Staff is also recommending approval of this design, feeling that it also meets district patterns, and the RNO is also recommending approval of this design.
Thank you, Abby. I think that's a record for how quickly we got a staff presentation. Okay, I'm assuming there are no questions for staff. All right, great. Let's go ahead and promote the applicant, and you know the drill. So for the record, it's the same applicant as the previous project. So that way you don't have to repeat your address, and unmute yourself when you're ready.
Yeah, this is Nathan again. It's kind of the same deal. Thank you everybody for your time. And I don't know exactly if this one was for me or for my brother, but it's kind of two different applicants, but we're related. So I'll just hand it back over to Anthony. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Anthony Reese here again. Yeah, same basic home. We just changed the front fenestration there. As you can see, went with 3 tall windows on this one. That's all.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicants? Nope. Okay, thanks for your time. Are there any public comments on this one, or?
Keith has his hand up, so let me grab. Okay, you can unmute yourself when you're ready. I just need to get the timer. Okay.
Yeah, Keith Pryor again, 2418 Champa Street, Chair of the Design Review Committee for Curtis Park Neighbors. They did differentiate these clearly. These windows, we really do like the 1/1 with the patterning. The tall, narrow windows are very reflective of what is found in the district. And again, reflective of that, just a variation on the Queen Anne, kind of brings in that transitional to an Italianate, which is pretty common, where we mix and match styles with the Queen Anne and the Italianate style windows. That is something very common in the district. The triangular window, we do support that. The form is very common in the Queen Anne, and its use of a different material or a common material found in the district in a different way. And so, yes, that is traditionally a shingle type area, but this is just using a new material that is glass, which is typical of the district, in just a new modern way and an interpretation. And the brickwork around it, I don't quite understand the comment of Anne and how it would be wallpaper. There are a lot of brick treatments that can be done in detailing that with kind of a dog tooth, or a lot of interesting brickwork that would be done up there in the design detail that actually, you know, again, works with the Queen Anne style in making that a decorative design element. And so, as is wallpaper a decorative element, I think that that brick detailing around that window would be a decorative element, which is common of that found in the Queen Anne. So we are supportive of that triangular glass window. We feel the form is very strong in the Queen Anne, and it is just a use of a material that's common in the district in a new and different way, which is a part of the design guidelines and part of what, you know, we do allow as historic as part of the commission. So we do support this project and ask the commission to do so as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Keith.
All right, Sue has her hand up too. So Sue, you can unmute when you're ready.
Yes, I wanted to address the triangle window. I think it's important on both of the houses, and that it follows the proportion of a traditional eave and the decorative shingle that we usually have, but it's a modern expression of it. And also another part of Queen Anne's is that we had different windows and different sizes on Queen Anne's. And I think that further enforces that window, the window difference you find in Queen Anne's. And I think that we sometimes get so stuck looking at traditional stuff that I was hoping that they would be pushing more on the modern look because that's what they want. And I think it works very well. And I think they captured the essence of a Queen Anne, but it's going in a modern, more sleeker direction. And I think that triangle window is extremely important to the overall design. So that's it for me.
Thanks, Sue. Any other public comments?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, then let's move into deliberation. And just to start off, since we had 2 comments about it, I just thought I'd mention that I think Anne did say it was a good modern interpretation, that triangle window, and I think we all kind of agreed with that. And also agreed and even mentioned that we often see different shaped windows in that front-facing gable portion. But I think the comment, correct me if I'm wrong, Anne, is just that it'd be very difficult to have brick. You're kind of cutting a lot of bricks at this angle, as shown in the current elevations. Now, if that develops into a dogtooth detail or something that's provided in the design details submittal, then we'll review it then. But since we didn't have anything to react to, I think it was just a friendly comment to give an idea of how you could approach that area. Is that right, Anne?
Completely correct.
Great. Just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. Gary?
Well, and I think it's going to be very important as to how that brick is detailed above that triangular window. If the running bond is just cut for the window to fit, it's going to look like the comment that Ann made. It's going to look like an applied material rather than the massive material that brick really is. So I think I would encourage some serious consideration as to how that brick is detailed. And if it is brick, if it remains brick, it's going to be a challenge to support that brick on a lintel angle of some sort without a center post in the triangle. So that it's going to be a technical challenge, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with.
Good comment. Okay, so everyone's acknowledged this is very similar to the last project we reviewed. We talked about the window. Is there anything else to discuss here? Is everyone in agreement that with the staff report? All right, who's going to make the motion?
I can make a motion.
Thanks, Brad.
I move to approve application 2021-COA-123 for the mass form and context of the proposed infill at 3056 Champa Street as per design guidelines 4.1 through 4.5, 4.7, 4.8, 4.15 through 4.19, character defining features for the Curtis Park Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report. I also move to recommend an administrative adjustment for bulk plane per section 12.4.5.3 of the Denver zoning code, finding that conformance to the requirements of the zoning code would have an adverse impact upon the historic structure and surrounding district.
Thank you, Brad. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second it. This is Julie.
Thank you, Julie. All right, there's no further discussion on the motion. I'll call for the vote. Brad?
Aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Erica's out for this project. Anne?
Aye.
And Kelly? Aye. All right, so we have a unanimous vote and the project is approved for mass form and context. We'll see you back with the design details. Looking forward to what you come up with there. All right, the next project on the agenda today is 2021-COA-116. The address is 3120 Mead Street. We've got Crystal working on this project.
Yep. Thanks, Kelly. So this is for the property at 3120 North Mead Street within the Wolf Place Historic District. The structure was built in 1900 and is a two-story gable front contributing structure to the district. The property owner is proposing to demolish two existing rear additions on the primary structure. There's a wood frame rear addition that appears to be a later addition and a brick rear addition that appears to be original or built around the same time of original construction, according to the 1904 Sanborn maps. However, only a portion of that addition is being demolished with this proposal, and it's not visible from the front facade of the structure and is a minimal amount of demolition to the overall primary structure. So here you can see some photos of the existing house on the left side and the overall proposed site plan for the addition and the alterations to the site. So this is the demolition plan for the existing rear additions. As you can see in the photos, the brick addition that seems more original is to the right of on the east elevation, and you can see that some of that will be retained. The total demolition for this is approximately 18.7% of the structure that's being demolished. So this is showing the new proposed elevations. At the far left is the front facade that doesn't have any proposed changes. And you can just see the new rear dormer that stands slightly above on the right side for the new addition. The center elevation shows you the rear of the structure from the alley with the existing garage that will remain on site. And to the far right, you can see the new rear elevation with the proposed two-story addition. The rear addition will feature mostly smooth lap siding with a shorter portion you can see here at the rear. That's like a 1.5 story brick clad rear addition that will provide a rear balcony for the main bedroom with a 2-panel sliding door. So here you can see the south elevation. As you can see, it will feature that smooth lap siding over most of it. And it'll also feature a 4-panel sliding door to the side yard. It'll also have that 1-story brick addition you can see at the rear with the balcony, and alterations to the existing structure that you can see at this elevation are the addition of egress windows at the basement level and a terrace light well as well for those egress windows. And then here you can see the north elevation of the 2-story rear addition. The new rear addition will be inset on both the north and south elevations, and the height will be set approximately 2 feet below the original structure's roof height. The roof form of the new addition uses the same pitch and form as the primary structure. And then here you can see the new patio steps from that 4-panel sliding door at the south elevation, as well as the proposed terrace light well. The applicant is adding these 2 new egress windows on the south elevation of the contributing structure with an over 8-foot wide terrace light well. Staff believes that the large terrace light well does not meet guideline 2.18, which states that to locate and design new egress windows to be as inconspicuous as possible. Staff does not believe that these egress windows are as inconspicuous as possible, since the light well extends out over 8 feet from the contributing structure and is terraced down to a depth of 6 feet. Staff believes a simple window well of typical proportions would better match what historically would have been found on the structure and in the historic context, though staff has no issues with the location of the added basement egress windows. And then finally here you can see some isometric views of the new proposed addition. The proposed addition and minor basement alterations are overall compatible with the existing structure and the surrounding context and will be clearly recognized as current construction. Therefore, staff is recommending approval with conditions. The conditions being 1, to eliminate the terrace light well and add only required egress window wells. 2, to label all of the lap siding as smooth lap siding with a 4-inch reveal. And 3, to provide manufacturer specifications for all materials, as staff didn't realize that those weren't included in the application. And that's it.
Thanks, Crystal. Are there any questions for staff? No? Okay. Let's hear from the applicant. You can unmute yourself when you're ready. You have up to 10 minutes, and please start with your name and address for the record.
Okay, I'd like to start. My name is Kevin Anderson with Arc West Architects, and at 1525 North Raleigh Street in Denver. I appreciate the review. We worked with Crystal for a few rounds of modifications. I'd like to address the light well, since that's kind of the only topic that staff is not recommending approval on. So basement dig outs in historic neighborhoods are definitely a popular item and a way to maximize square footage on houses and on narrow lots, where we're also trying to minimize visual impact. So this is no different. We're proposing digging out the basement under the existing home, and in doing so, because the home is only 9 inches off of the front property line or the north property line, we have an addition off the back, and we have a porch on the front. The south is the only opportunity for natural light in this basement. And like most basement dig outs, these now become very nice finished spaces. So we're not proposing a lower patio. All we're proposing is more light into those 2 windows for the basement. And if we install a standard deep light well, it requires a metal grate or a railing around it, and it really minimizes light. So because this light well we're proposing is completely behind the new privacy fence in the side yard, it's not visible to the street or the front yard, only to the back. We are showing that light well extending 8 feet out from the house. We definitely would be open to reducing that to the second terrace. So that would be approximately 5 feet 10 inches. That would still give us a lot of light, but possibly mitigate the concern that staff has. I guess I would like, Lauren and Joe are the building owners, the house owners. Lauren, are you there to make a comment?
Yes, we're here. Thanks, Kevin. This is Lauren Friend and Joe Friend, my partner and husband here. I really just want to echo Kevin's sentiments and thank both staff for their partnership so far and the board here today for consideration. Nothing really to add. I think Kevin covered it and want to be mindful of folks' time, but just a additional thank you for, again, partnership and consideration of our project.
All right, thank you all. Are there any questions for the applicants? All right, and thanks for providing comments on that window well. We'll talk about that in deliberation. Are there any public comments for this project?
Please. I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. All right, so if there aren't any public comments, let's move into deliberation. And I guess I'd propose we just start with the light well first. And what did everybody think about that?
This is Erica. I was glad to hear of the possibility of possibly reducing how wide it comes out from the house. It was something I was kind of considering when looking at it, but also I guess I'm definitely open to other people's thoughts. It didn't strike me as that problematic. I guess partly because we have these sliding doors on the addition that, I mean, if we're allowing those that are on the side, I don't really see, I feel like they're one and the same as far as visibility and kind of compatibility with the historic building. So that's my original thought that I'll just throw out there as a starting point.
Thanks, Erica. What does everybody think about that comment? Brad?
So I can kind of continue on that. So I agree with Erica that maybe there's a solution where it is closer to the house and it's not so terraced, I think. But, you know, looking at guideline 2.18 talks about placing it on less visible facade. So the side facade obviously is less visible. Align the basement window with the existing windows on the facade, and the two main windows do align with the windows above. So we've got that alignment working in our favor. You know, it's a single light. Can't remember. I don't have the drawing up right now, but I think they're matching the windows above, and then it's not on the primary facade. So with that in mind, I think there is an opportunity, if it maybe wasn't so pronounced into the side yard, that a slightly bigger window well could be appropriate there. And maybe it just needs to get closer to the house, you know, a certain dimension from the house. I see the benefit in being able to use that space to a higher level too, to kind of reduce the amount of mass and bulk you might have on the upper level. I think, like, overall, I actually like how the building comes together and how the addition is really kind of tucked in on the side. So I think they've done a good job with that. I think it's successful for those reasons. So I'd like to see what others think.
Yeah, I agree with what both of you have said. I think it mostly meets guideline 2.18. Brad, you kind of hit that all on the head. I agree that maybe pulling it a little bit closer, only because to the house would be beneficial. And I was going to say, because this site is also very flat, so there are a lot of homes that we look at that are kind of up, you know, have a Denver hill. And so when you're at the sidewalk or the street, you're not really seeing a window well on the side of the house, because you're kind of looking up at the foundation even. But this case, it's a very flat site. I do appreciate, I mean, the applicant said it themselves, it's going to be behind a fence. So you're not going to see it from the sidewalk. I suppose if the fence came down though, you would be able to see that. I'm just kind of looking at a street view, and I think you would be able to see that pretty well. So I appreciate the applicant's willingness to kind of meet us halfway and make it less conspicuous by reducing that width, and I'd be in favor of that. And I agree with what you said about the addition, Brad, that I think it's very compatible.
Kelly, I think I'll jump in. The only other spot I was looking through our kind of site, because I know the egress window and placement and everything I agree with also. But in chapter 5 or section 5 of the guidelines talks about just general site and landscape design. But I think a lot of that is, of course, the front facing, street facing. But guideline 5.3 letter C talks about new site features or modification of existing should respect historical patterns in terms of placement, proportions, and compatibility with historic context. So I think that proportions there, you know, if it was tucked in a little closer to the building, I feel like helps. Again, everything else seems to match up well, but that was the only other guideline I found quickly scanning here that maybe ties in and seems like it could support that as well. So
that's a good point. Gary?
I guess I'm wondering, what are we proposing by saying reduce the width of that terrace area well? Are we talking about eliminating one of the tiers so that they are taller tiers, or making the tiers less wide, or just exactly what is being suggested?
That's a good
I heard the applicant suggest that they would eliminate one of the tiers, but then that would make the top tier or the bottom tier a 4-foot tier, which would probably still require a fence or a railing to separate it, which was one of the objections to having a standard area well in the first place. So I guess I'm just, you know, when we are advocating for some modification, what exactly are we advocating for?
That's a good point. Anne, did you have?
Yeah, I am sort of going in the same thought that Gary is, because I'm looking at the section 2.0. And so not only is it terraced in the long, it's also terraced in the short direction. It doesn't meet the windows. And I'm, when we do things like this, I'm not sure that I have a problem with creating a precedent of reinterpreting what a window well is, because I think we've all sort of seen this as an evolving feature, which is it's more than just an egress path. It's actually a way of getting more light in. But it, at the same time, worries me a little bit that we're reinterpreting it at this particular point. And I'm not to say that I don't think it's a great idea, because I think maybe it's an element that actually has evolved and people are using it in interesting ways. But this is just a different kind of element than an egress path. And so I don't know if that helps. And I actually agree with Gary that you get two really tall things, and then do you actually also pull it in on the side so that it matches? Because otherwise it's a different kind of element, which might be okay, but we just have to say, well, we're just looking at a different kind of element, which is not for egress, but it's for something else.
And so are you suggesting that it might be okay as is, as presented, or?
Yeah, okay.
Wanted to clarify.
Does anyone else feel, I think that's a good point. Does anybody else feel that it's okay as is?
I actually do. I do. I have what everybody said, but I actually think it's fine, especially since you've got a fence there and where it is. I also think it is a really beautiful addition.
It's not a make or break thing for me, so I can.
Yeah, I'm supportive of it how it is. Actually, I think it's a great opportunity with the width of the lot to use some space and make it a little bit nicer, and it enhances kind of the usability of the home.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that as well. I mean, we already talked about how the fence is going to be blocking your view from it, and it is more than just a standard egress window. Okay, so I think we've talked a lot about the egress window, so we've got that covered. We've heard a few people say that they agree that this is an addition that is compatible with the historic home. Is there anything else to discuss? All right, then who's going to make the motion? And remember, well, obviously it's up to whoever makes the motion, but it sounds like we're headed in a direction that would be an approval without a condition. So make sure to keep that in mind.
I actually think we might want to keep 2 of the 3 conditions that Crystal outlined.
Yes. Thank you for correcting me. We talked so much about the egress window that I ignored the other 2.
I can make the motion.
Great, thanks, Anne.
I move to conditionally approve application 2021-COA-116 for the addition and alterations at 3120 North Mead Street as per design guidelines 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, presented testimonies, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following conditions. 1, label all lap siding as smooth lap siding with 4-inch reveal. And 2, provide manufacturer's specifications for all materials.
Thank you, Anne. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second it.
I think Julie got it. All right, thank you, Julie. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All right, then I'll call for the vote. Brad.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Julie.
Aye.
Gary.
Aye.
Erica.
Aye.
Anne.
Aye.
And Kelly. Aye. All right, so we have a unanimous vote and the motion passes. All right, next project on design review is the last one, 2021-COA-124, and it's at 751 Elizabeth Street. Got Abby.
Okay. So this is a solar project. The applicant is proposing to install 16 solar panels and associated equipment on the roof. 14 of the solar panels appear to be on the rear 2/3 of the roof. 2 of the panels are proposed for the street facing front gabled dormer that is on the front 1/3 of the roof. 751 Elizabeth is a bungalow constructed circa 1913. The primary roof form is a side gable with an intersecting gable roof located to the rear. The side gable roof extends to cover a full width front porch. A large front gabled dormer with decorative half timbering is centered on the front slope of the roof facing the street and is a distinctive character defining feature of the property. So the applicant provided a couple sketches, or plans showing where the proposed solar panel would be installed. This is the first one. The majority of the solar panels proposed are on the rear 2/3 of the roof, with 5 solar panels on the rear slope of the side gable roof and 9 panels on the rear intersecting gable roof. These proposed solar panels all follow landmark guideline 2.33.E, which requires that solar panels be on the rear 2/3 of the roof length. However, the 2 solar panels proposed for the front dormer do not comply with this guideline since they are on the front 1/3 of the roof. There are some discrepancies in the way that the roof is measured on the various plans. So on this plan, the drawing includes both the porch and the rear addition when determining the length of the roof and dividing it into thirds. In the past, the commission has included front porches in the building measurements when the porch roof is contiguous with the main roof, when it's kind of a single roof structure versus having an attached separate porch roof. So staff finds it is appropriate that they've included the front porch in the measurements, but they also include the rear addition here, which generally would not be included in the measurements. You can see then on the other drawings that are included within the application package, they have measured differently and left out both the front porch and the rear addition. So it doesn't dramatically affect, but it does, I think, if you, depending how you, I think if you put back in the front porch and left out the rear addition, that it could impact whether some of the panels on the rear slope of the side gable roof fall within the front 1/3. But these are panels that won't be readily visible since they are located on the rear slope of the roof. I just wanted to point out that there are some inconsistencies here in exactly how things are measured. So here's a view from the street with the red circle showing where the 2 panels are proposed to be located on the front dormer. Staff is concerned with the visibility of the panels proposed for the front dormer. Staff finds that this proposed arrangement does not meet guideline 2.33.A, place collectors in an unobtrusive location on the property. Our guideline 2.33.B, place collectors to avoid obscuring significant features or adversely affecting the perception of the overall character of the property. So according to the illustration showing inappropriate solar installation on page 41 of our design guidelines, in most cases, the LPC will consider solar collectors that are not located on the rear 2/3 of the roof length behind the front facade of a historic structure to be inappropriate. Installation of smaller or less visible collectors may sometimes be considered in this location on a case-by-case basis. Staff feel that the proposed solar panels here do not meet either of these exceptions because they're standard size solar panels, the same ones that are located on the rest of the roof, and they will be highly visible due to their placement on the front of the home on a street facing dormer that's a character defining feature. Staff suggested that the applicant explore other solar installation patterns that could move those two panels off the front dormer. Our staff also suggested that they, if this was the only configuration that was possible, that was going to be feasible, that they needed to submit additional documentation showing that this was the only possible way that they could, get the solar energy that they were looking for. But the applicant has not submitted any additional information beyond what was in the application that you have before you today. So staff is recommending approval of the proposed solar panels with the condition that the two solar panels on the front dormer be removed from the plans.
Right. Thank you, Abby. Are there any questions for staff? Okay. Can we promote the applicant? And you can unmute yourself when you're ready. You have up to 10 minutes, and please start with your name and address for the record.
Yes, that's me. Hi, I'm David Scudamore, the owner and resident of 751 Elizabeth Street. I guess, the design is as was shown by staff. I guess I would take a little bit issue of how, it predominates the view, as this is a east-facing house and an east-facing, the predominant part of the roof are facing east, and this faces south. So it's really only to the south of the house that I think this is obvious, as is depicted in that photo that I think we're all looking at. I think Abby has already indicated to me in previous correspondence, this is probably a futile protest that have solar panels on the front of the house. I guess I'll use a little bit of my remaining time to get on my soapbox and speak to the fact that I guess I'm concerned with city policy that finds solar panels on older homes so offensive that we're going to discourage people from moving from fossil fuels to solar. The public health threat of global climate change is not theoretical to me. I'm the medical director of pediatric hospital medicine for the largest pediatric hospital medicine group in Colorado, and in the 7 states that surround us. We take care of over 15,000 patients. The #1 reason for admission to the hospital in summer and fall is asthma exacerbation. And one of the main triggers is air pollution. As most of us remember from this last summer and fall, air pollution was horrible. And when we see increases in air pollution due to the record fires in Colorado and in the West, we see more admissions to the hospital for asthma exacerbations. So I think actively public policy in the city that actively discourages installation of solar by making it more expensive or less efficient, I believe is bad public policy, and I'd encourage the commission to have policies that make the city more livable for everyone, and not just for those who object to the aesthetics of solar panels. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? I just have one. I'm sure you've studied it. Are there any other ways to add solar panels to the rear 2/3 to account for removing them at the front?
There are, but it would take, in addition to replacing those 2, the designer has told me it would take an additional 4 because the remaining roof is north facing, you know, if you go to the back 2/3 of the house. So it's thousands of dollars more for a less efficient system.
And what about looking at the garage? Is that an option? I'm just wondering.
It's a flat facing detached garage. I don't know the feasibility of it, honestly.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? No? All right. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Is there anyone left on the line who'd like to provide public comment?
I don't see any hands raised, and we don't have any callers. Oh, we do have one. We have a hand raised. Okay, Carlin Johnson, I will allow you to mute yourself. Let me just set the timer on this.
We have up to 2
and
please start with your name and address.
Hi, my name is Carlin Johnson. I actually work for Blue Raven Solar. We were working with Dave on his account. I just had questions for the staff, if possible, concerning the layout and what can be approved and what can't be approved. Is this a good time to be able to talk about that, or would that be something that should be addressed outside of this review?
So I think you could, so technically you're part of the applicant team. Now, Dave didn't use his full 10 minutes, so that's fine. But we don't have a back and forth Q&A too much. If you do have a couple general questions, we're happy to discuss our views on that during our deliberation. And then you can always keep working with staff outside of our commission meetings. Jen, is that accurate?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Carlin?
Yes, that does. We'll work with Dave and then with the staff separately then, and come back with any other questions we may have later then.
Is there a question you want the commissioners to address in our deliberation?
With those panels on the, I guess I do. With the panels, I was looking at the design that we have, and the panels on that south-facing roof plane. If you want to go to the other photo that had the gable dormer circled in red, because that is on a south-facing plane and it's not street-facing, in many areas that's considered approved. It's not visible when you're driving down from north to south on the street, and I know that there are exceptions to the regulations in your area. If it is not obtrusive, these panels would be visible from the street coming from south to north, but because it would be a single two panel array in a rectangular format, it's clean as visible on the other designs. It's clean, rectangular, and mostly non-visible unless driving from south to north. I was wondering if there are any exceptions with those rules, and if so, what are the circumstances that allow for those exceptions?
Okay, thank you. And just a quick question in response to that. You said in many areas that is acceptable. Are you speaking with experience?
Great question.
Or in a district, or is that elsewhere?
Yeah, thank you. In the historic districts of Denver, no, it's not as common. In other jurisdictions, in other states or in other counties, it is more acceptable when they have limitations on where panels can be placed. I do understand that the rules here are a little bit are more unique.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Okay, are there any other public comments? Guessing not, Jen?
Every time. No, there are none.
Okay, thanks. Then let's move into deliberation. Okay, what did everybody think? And let's make sure we address the comments that the applicant and the public comment had. So I will just say real quick, when Carlin, you asked whether we have any exceptions for something that's not facing the street and you can only see if you're driving in one direction. So our guidelines are written so that it's, the front third of the structure shouldn't have the solar panels. And when we look at something that's front facing, I think we're more looking at what's visible from the public right of way, not if we're looking directly, standing directly in front of the house and looking head on, but from the sides too. So we typically, staff interpreted this exactly how we typically view it, but we'll now deliberate as to whether any commissioners find this to be an exceptional circumstance. So let's discuss that now. What did everybody think about this?
Kelly, I think maybe the other thing just to throw out there after the applicant presented is that we run into this challenge all the time, and certainly don't disagree about the mixture of new technology and historic buildings. And so, I know we always work as a commission to be consistent to what is currently in the city's guidelines, but we've acknowledged together that there's a certain reversibility to solar panels, that the 2/3, as Abby mentioned, sometimes the front porch, there's a lot of different ways we do our very best to try and allow solar, because it's not something that we have an objective to prevent. We just want to do our best to meet the guidelines. So as we jump into the conversation, it's an internal struggle as well, right, for us sometimes. I just wanted to acknowledge that and acknowledge the applicant's concerns there. So
thank you, Graham. Anne.
I think one of the ongoing issues that I have is how many solar panels are enough? Because I look at this and I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 solar panels that work and 2 that don't work. And in addition to what I think Graham was very eloquent in sort of the problem that we find ourselves in, which is that we try to be very consistent to the guidelines. I think the other issue is that it's always unclear to me how much solar has to be on a roof, if that makes any sense, because I don't know if there's something that we're missing that says if you eliminate those 2 solar panels, you might as well eliminate all of the rest of them.
And that would actually be a good question to the applicant as to how much they're losing. I'm guessing they have a goal of, either fully, meeting their electrical needs with this solar power, or that they have some percentage. Jen, can we ask the applicant how much they're going to lose?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're both still here. So, Emily already moved them, and I'll allow Carlin to unmute as well whenever he wants.
So Dave or Carlin, whoever wants.
Hi. So my understanding is, well, the goal is just to be net zero. Mm-hmm. So it's not to generate more electricity than we use. And this is what Excel allows, is for you to produce the amount that you will use in a year.
So with losing,
so taking panels away and putting in a less efficient system means you're still using some fossil fuels to heat your home or provide electricity for your home.
Correct. So how much are you losing with 2 panels?
Percentage wise,
mm-hmm.
I would have to leave that to Carlin or the people who know the tech, but
yeah, I'd love to help there. With the panels on the front of the home, which is the most ideal position, you have the most solar access on any south-facing roof planes. The production is about 6,600 kilowatt hours, so 6,600. If we have to move those 2 to the back south-facing plane, there's plenty of room to mount there. But as Dave said earlier, it's just less efficient. You can't produce as much. It gets less sunlight. The production by moving those 2 panels back drops it by about 10% to 6,000 kilowatt hours. And we'd have to add 4 new panels on top of that to bring it back to the 6,600 kilowatt hours. And as Dave said, that would bring him back up to an estimated 100% offset. So he would be pulling 0 from the grid.
Thank you. And Anne, does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. We'll move back into deliberation then. Yeah, so knowing that now, how much energy that Dave will lose, let's keep talking about this.
I'm conflicted on, on one hand, we've got an existing standard that to mount solar panels on the front third requires us to consider it as an exception. On the other hand, there's this need to move away from fossil fuels. And so those two issues are in conflict, and they're going to be in conflict until we either say there are no restrictions to putting solar panels on historic buildings, or we say no to putting solar panels on the front third as a compromise. And so and I understand, the economic argument, but the economic argument is really not part of our consideration, at least not yet. So I think in this case, I would be in favor of supporting the staff's recommendation to eliminate those two panels from the front third of the building. Although I also realize that this is going to be a continuing issue for us to address. And at some point, we'll have to decide whether the front third of buildings is something to be protected because it's is where the character of a historic building is visible from the public way, or it doesn't matter and you can put panels anywhere. Or, I don't know what exists in between those two alternatives.
Thanks, Gary. I guess I'll chime in too. I agree with you, Gary, and I do want to let the applicant know that this, I think, is a struggle for a lot of us because we do understand your frustration, and we don't. I mean, obviously, we want to make positive changes for the environmental impact that we have, but we're here to enforce the guidelines, and the guidelines are clearly written. And typically when we make a deviation from the guidelines, it's for an unusual circumstance. I could give you a couple examples where we have like a non-contributing infill structure in a historic district where that building, is completely new and it's not old at all, or a building where it's on a corner, so you don't really have like a rear, so it may still be very visible from the public right of way, but it's a corner lot, so it's a little bit different. We have seen a few interesting circumstances. Unfortunately, I think this one, I think that's going to be just highly visible at that front dormer there. And so I personally don't see a way to get around the guideline in this circumstance, but I agree, Gary, and there has been discussion on needing to update the guidelines, but that requires a public process. And so, we can't make that judgment on our own. It requires public involvement. I see some nodding heads. Are we all feeling that way? Yeah. It's unfortunate. But it sounds like at least you will get a lot of solar power off of the roof, just not meeting net zero, which we understand was the goal.
Kelly, a question to you, knowing that Gary's comments and your comments are something that we've revisited a number of times recently. If the applicant was interested in making sure that there was a conduit or something like that wasn't visible at this point, but anticipating a potential future revision not that we can guarantee that or anything, but I don't think that that would likely be problematic, but is that probably not something that's really in our purview per this application either. It just seems like if there is some planning being made and some future capacity that's something to consider, at least maybe just a friendly comment, but
That's a great friendly comment. I mean, we wouldn't need to review and approve that if they just had a conduit that's not visible in case there's the ability to expand later on. That would be up to the applicant.
Yeah, or something like that. So food for thought, but we have revisited it so many times. I think a continued conversation feels inevitable here. So
yeah, Gary.
Well, and this is a little off the subject, but the whole idea of allowing for, or even promoting and supporting additional solar panels for electrification is an issue much bigger than just historic preservation. Zoning requirements are going to have to address solar access because I know of situations where a house like this is next to a property that's zoned for like 3 stories, and zoning would allow for a structure that would actually cut off the solar access. So while it's not applicable in this case, the whole issue of how do you have access to the sun for solar panels on a building is part of a much bigger municipal issue and not just historic preservation. And I think before, in terms of public process, all those regulatory agencies are going to have to come into play and determine just how people are going to be able to deal with reaching less reliance on fossil fuel.
Yeah. All right. Well, it sounds like we've reached a consensus. So who would like to make the motion?
I can make the motion. All right, Madam Chair, I move to conditionally approve application number 2021-COA-124 for the solar panels at 751 Elizabeth Street as per Design Guidelines 2.33, character defining features for the East 7th Avenue Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the following condition: that solar panels on the front third of the roof be eliminated.
Thank you, Graham. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Gary. And now that the motion was made, actually, Abby, I have a question. Since you said there were some discrepancies with how the roof was measured, is that condition clear enough, or do we need to revise it to just say the front dormer, like removed from the front dormer?
You could revise it to front dormer, but I think you were pretty clear in your deliberation that you're fine with the rest of the solar panels. So I'm also fine reviewing it based on these, if you don't have problems with the issues with the slight discrepancies in the plans, then that's fine. And I can review, based on these plans.
Great. Just wanted to make sure that popped in my head. Okay. So if there's no further discussion on the motion, let's call for the vote. Brad?
Aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Gary? Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
Kelly? Aye. All right. So the motion passes and the project is conditionally approved with the removal of those front panels. All right, that's the end of our design review agenda today. We have one business item, and that's the election of chair and vice chair. So is there any discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate you, Kelly Wemple, for chairperson.
Second.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you.
Anytime, Kelly.
Thank you, Gary, for seconding. I'm honored to continue as chair if you so see fit. Okay, I will call for the vote. Brad,
Aye.
Graham,
Aye.
Julie,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
Erica,
Aye.
Anne,
Aye.
and Kelly. I feel like I should abstain. Aye, I guess. All right, so the motion passes. Thank you all. Happy to continue as chair. And in that fashion, I think I should nominate. I will nominate Julie Johnson as vice chair. Or I guess, do I have to say, I never make motions anymore.
That's true.
Say I make a motion. I move to nominate Julie Johnson as vice chair.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Graham. So Kelly made the motion and Graham seconded. All right, I'll call for the vote. Brad,
Aye.
Graham,
Aye.
Julie,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
Erica,
Aye.
Anne,
Aye.
and Kelly. Aye.
Thanks, everybody. I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hear you were great at chairing the meetings. I mean, I just thought you guys would overhaul me and get Julie.
No, you're awesome, Kelly. I have lots to learn from you.
No, that's not true, but thank you. All right. Are there any other business or discussion items we need to discuss, Jen?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Gary.
I have a concern, and that relates to the public hearing for 123 Spear. And that is, in all of the discussion, nothing was mentioned regarding the, from the commission anyway, either the rebuttal document or the letters from Channel 7 or whatever. And I'm wondering, I mean, I did read those all and found nothing in them to persuade me to vote otherwise, but I'm wondering if the record shouldn't at least include something to indicate that we didn't ignore that documentation.
I think we talked
I
about.
would actually say that we did. I referenced
Okay.
the rebuttal report several times, as well as the owner's comments. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and Julie, did you ask about the 24 hours?
I did. Yeah. Yeah. I asked them.
Concerns. Yeah, was the original first. Otherwise, yeah, good point, Gary.
Yeah, it's a really good point, though.
So Gary didn't, but other people did. That is the most important part.
Okay. Well, good. No, that is
good. We're good.
Good comment to make, and maybe in future hearings we should make a better effort to just make a statement that, you know, we reviewed all of these materials and didn't sway our decision in that case.
Right.
Good point. Okay, anything else?
I just wanted to say I wish I could see, I still haven't met all of you in person, and I wish I could see you on Thursday, but once again, my schedule just doesn't allow it. But I hope you all have a nice time, and someday.
And none of you live near the Aurelia campus, correct? Because there was some sort of an incident there. I got a message on my phone.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it looks like it was something at the light rail station, Gary. I saw that too.
Okay. All right.
It's been resolved, but I got that same notification.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Gonna have to Google that.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, everyone. I know it's a long meeting.
Thanks, Kelly.
Close the meeting. Have a good one.